Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently April 30th, kicking off another trading session here in the live day trading room. Keep in mind this is month end, guys. April is now coming to an end, so the first month of quarter two is complete. Basically, today is the end of the month, so you could see a little bit of interesting price action. Obviously, with the end of the month, you also have FOMC tomorrow, so there's expected volatility today and tomorrow. Today you're seemingly appearing to have risk assets and commodities getting hit and selling off ahead of the FOMC decision. Part and parcel that could be due to the fact that the bond market is pricing in a little bit of stickier inflation, i.e. that's why interest rates are higher. Right now we also had around that 8:30 a.m. data, you had a little bit of a higher inflationary uptick in the employment cost index. Consensus was 1%. It came in at 1.2. So not really what you want to be seeing. Again, especially since rates have moved up in recent sessions, this data is supporting, again, higher inflation, which is not helpful for Powell's case, the Fed's case, the consumer's case. Again, whether or not we see a dovish Powell tomorrow ceases to be seen yet. I still think that there's a scenario where they could sell the markets off today and then pump it back up on Powell. We have seen him come out dovish, but the real data set that I think is going to cause the indices to kind of sell off more is the next CPI print. I think that one's likely going to come in hot still. All right, so focusing up on this trading session today, you're seeing the equity markets under pressure. Gold, silver were the signal early on. They're down 1% on gold, 2.5% on silver. Miners are getting hit. You have the long end of the yields outperforming the short end of the curve. That's typically not a very good sign. The 10-year is almost up 1%, trading at 4.66. If I pull up the 10-year yield chart here, guys, this is why the equity markets again are under pressure this morning. You look at this 10-year yield, boom, big shoot up on that employment cost index data. Now trading at 4.66, still in a very tight bull flag pattern at the moment, still looking to press higher in the near term. So 10-year yield will be applying pressure to the market. Simultaneously, you have the VIX that just turned green. That's slightly up 0.72%. The VIX is at an interesting spot here, especially the UVXY. You take a look at this. UVXY is back testing this impulse green candle that had some volume. So this is a big area. Really anything in this range, these green lines here, here, and here, you could see some accumulation. If you lose this daily green impulse candle on the VIX chart, you still have a huge weekly impulse green candle. So let's just recognize that the VIX is into some support. One of the viewers yesterday mentioned that Passover is now coming to an end. So obviously you're starting to see a potential scenario where maybe the war in the Middle East is going to uptick. So I did think that was a valid point by Chris. All right, what else are we seeing here? The Russell right now getting clapped the most, down 1.09%. The Dixie as well reclaiming 106. So again, Dixie's consolidating bullishly. This is a bull flag pattern that is poised to pop and break out. Obviously, any technical pattern can change based off of fundamental events. So tomorrow, obviously, a fundamental event is FOMC, Chairman Jerome Powell. He is a fundamental event. He could change things. As of now, heading into the Qs, Qs have triggered this inverse head and shoulders. Bull flag consolidation upside takes us to about 445.70 on the Qs. But anything can be snuffed if Powell comes out hawkish, if dollar rips higher, if yields rip higher. I think that if the dollar loses this consolidation pattern, the market is going to rejoice, and it's likely going to retest this 104.90 area on the Dixie, but as of now it's holding pretty firmly. Alright, right now QQQ is down 0.4, S&P is actually the best performing ETF, down 0.42. Weakness in Nvidia down 0.9, weakness in Microsoft down 0.5%, AMD slightly green, SMCI down 1.3, Tesla down over 3%. So again, anyone that tuned into the live day trade room yesterday, we were actually able to short Tesla, and I said to you, I'm going to hold this one overnight. And that was the right call because Tesla is gapping down, already down 3.14%. So right away, we're entering today with a winning swing trade or a winning day trade. We have a short, full position short at this 195.58 level. That is set to gap down. We're set to make about 4% currently speaking, just by swinging that one trade overnight. So that we're already into a winning scenario here. Tesla on the 10-minute chart has triggered a 10-minute head and shoulders. The downside target gives us a move to 181.63. My members also know I swung yesterday some, what was it? I think it was 175. Let me just check my alert here. Just give me a second. Sorry, the 170 put on Tesla. We swung that yesterday, and that should be opening up decently for us with the gap down in Tesla. So right now, tech is under pressure. Crypto obviously getting slaughtered. You take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin coming down really, really hard. This opens up a door for a significant decline on Bitcoin. Not really good price action on the BTC. There's going to be some support here at that EMA 58.7, but really it's looking like you're probably going to break down. And the level that I'm watching is if you turn on your weekly time frame on Bitcoin. Okay. Weekly time frame. I'm just going to throw on the weekly 20 MA. And that's the level I'm looking for. I'm looking for a weekly 20 MA test sitting at 55,000. It also could coincide with this 382 fib level. That could happen pretty quickly. That could happen. Maybe it's today, maybe it's tomorrow, but Bitcoin's not looking good, especially since it's putting in a bearish engulfing candle right off of that daily 20. So rejection at the daily 20 MA, see in blue here, often results in a bigger time frame test of that same moving average, which is your weekly 20 MA. So just keep in mind, whenever you get rejected at daily resistance, look to see where that weekly support or resistance is. So daily 20 MA rejected, likely a retest of the weekly 20 MA on Bitcoin. Alright, just scrolling through a couple other things here. Oil slightly green on the session. Nat gas is slightly down, trading at 209. It actually had a little bit of an attempt at a continuation move. It was up about 1%, and then when that consumer price data came out, it kind of saw a little bit of a near-term reversal. As long as you stay above this pivot, I think nat gas can push to about 240 on the chart. That's my upside target. This one is on watch for a continuation move higher. It's been a lot of choppy, sloppy rejections in this point. Very volatile price action. But on the weekly time frame, when you zoom out, you're still pushing up on a weekly basis for the time being. You sold Tesla a bit early. Yeah, that's okay. So did I. But we still made money. That's the main thing, right? Would've, could've, should've are the best traders, Bart. So, I mean, it is what it is at this point. But I sold early, but now we're back in on the short side, and we're already making money, right? So, I mean, that's the beautiful thing about swing trading is, you know what? Even if you sell early and it has a big gap up move, other opportunities present themselves by doing the inverse. Alright, let's keep scrolling through some things here. ARM down about 1.1%. Meta down half. Google down 0.05, slightly negative. MSOS seeing some distribution. Walgreens slightly green. Canopy, marijuana stocks are slightly negative. Did have some positive earnings from Eli Lilly. That was up almost 7-8%. Now down, trading about 5%. XOM slightly negative. Netflix down 0.5%. Alibaba down 1.6%. Solar stocks are under a little bit of pressure this morning. Same thing with financials. Coca-Cola down slightly. Scrolling through. Airlines are under a little bit of pressure. NEO still green. Ethereum down 6.5% at the moment. Lithium stocks under a little bit of pressure. So again, it seems like we're due for a little bit of a sell-off today, but the question is, with this gap down that is set to occur, are we going to get a buy the dip? There is a scenario where we could get a buy the dip in anticipation of potentially a dovish Fed. The market loves to be optimistic, it loves to front run, and the market is a very reactive mechanism. You know, it could easily rally, push up today. Watch yields, watch the dollar. If they start to get faded, I think this gap down could be bought. What's interesting is this gap down, if it can be bought on the Qs and the S&P, right now we're tapping about 431 on the Qs. If we tap about 430, that double bottom pivot, I think that's a potential area to try to swing a little bit of a long trade. So if I flip to the 10-minute chart here, I think that a little bit of a double tap of this 430, 429.83 pivot here, I think we could potentially buy that on the long side and then just keep a very tight stop loss. So again, I'll be looking to position myself on the day trade side long if we flush into that area. Alright, just scrolling through some charts here on my end. Bart is asking, would you consider going long on SOXL? No. No, not a chance. Not yet. I mean, again, always try to put your time frame in, guys. Sorry. So like I should rephrase that. When you ask a question, just please identify if you're looking at it as a swing trade or a day trade. A day trade, you know, there might be a potential for a day trade long today if we get a little bit of a check back and flush. But not as a swing trade. Absolutely not. I'm more inclined to honestly short it. I was close to potentially shorting it yesterday when we ran into this little first resistance, but I think that there might be one more little pump in the market, whether or not it's on FOMC, but I'm looking at a pierce of this level to start accumulating a potential short trade. Obviously, we still have some important semiconductor earnings that are set to take place. You look at AMD. Again, AMD, that's today after the bell, so that's pretty important. SMCI. So just be patient with these semis, because I mean, if these names start to report good results, it could easily push that SOXX up higher. You know, I am looking for some retraces on some of these names. I think SMCI still needs to tap this zone. I mean, it came very, very close to. You can even be a little bit more conservative with your trend. And I think maybe the better short is of SMCI retraces here. But tough name shorting these semis ahead of earnings, because they can easily gap up 10-20% or so, and that would push up the market for sure. And Nvidia obviously on watch for a little bit of a technical breakout potential, so we'll be mindful of that one. That one obviously is a household. We're going to watch that closely. But I would not go long the semis yet. If I was to go along a day trade, you know, it would have to retest. Let me just see where there's a moving average. Okay, so that's your 20. Your 50 is currently trading at 218.84. Yes, I would look for a back test of this 215, this 20-day moving average. That should act as support if you're looking for a long day trade entry. And really, I mean, the bulls want to stay above this red bar high candle. You don't want to really lose this red bar high, which at the moment you're trading just slightly above, but you don't want to lose that on the semiconductor basis. It's kind of a big area of support for the semis. So just be patient with these earnings. I mean, you could get lucky, go long, and then catch a little bit of a break. on the semis. But again, the opposite is true too. You could get caught what if SMCI and AMD come out horrific today? And then you have, not only do you have earnings, but you have FOMC tomorrow. So I mean, there's a lot of things that you just probably want to stay positioned more so on the cash side, because again, let's say AMD and SMCI skyrocket, I still think there's ability that there's a short trade on the other end. And then let's say they drop, let's say they tank, then there's an ability to start picking up stuff on the long side. So people always try to get into a position ahead of earnings, which typically isn't always the most ideal and best. Sorry guys, just give me a second here. I think I lost my screen. Just give me 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. My computer just has to restart, so I'll be back in a few minutes here. I will be back in a couple minutes. I know my screen probably went dark. PayPal this morning gapping up about 5.54%, so that one's still shaking and moving. That one could be a nice continuation long. This computer's just restarting here, guys, and all my screen's gone dark. Just to keep the screen going. Alright guys, I'm going to start getting this stream back up and going here. Just give me about a minute here. I should have picture. Right now Tesla trading at 188. I'll be looking to close my day trade short on Tesla pretty much at the open. I'll be looking to close that. Okay, hopefully everyone can start to see here in roughly about 10 seconds or so. Alright, so at least we got the charts back up and going. Again, guys, I'm going to be looking to cover my Tesla pretty much at the open. Pulling my day trade profits. We are set to make between, just about 4% on the day trade, which is a pretty stellar amount. Again, my average is sitting at 195.58 short on Tesla, guys. So that'll be a nice win right out the gate for us here on the live stream. Again, that was called out yesterday, and I did say I'd be swinging that one overnight. Alright guys, so QQQ, I'm just prepping myself here, getting things set up. So right at the open, I'm going to be looking to take profits on my Tesla short. Obviously that's gapping down. Again, a buyable level I am looking at on the overall market, the QQQ, is really between 430 and 429.63. We lose this 429.63 pivot zone where you bounced here and you had a little bit of a high pivot. You lose that area, and then I'm afraid there's a strong chance we can actually come all the way down and fill that 424 gap. So really this 429.63 is kind of the line in the sand for me in terms of staying bullish and reading this chart as a little bit of an hourly bull flag. Okay, so we just got to keep that in mind, that if you lose that little bit of a pivot zone, I mean really the two pivot zones are, I'm going to draw an actual box just to give us the zone. But it's these two pivots that we want to maintain. So I mean, you could actually give it theoretically a little bit more room to run if you were to use this low pivot. So 429.26 is kind of the line in the sand for the bulls. 429.26 on the downside support. That's an area right in the zone I'd be looking to go long, just as a little bit of a potential day tradable bounce. Again, even if you did a 236 retrace of this entire down move, sorry, this entire up move from your low to your high, puts you at about a retrace of 428.90. 428.90 is kind of a retrace of this full move. 428.98-ish. Fairweather Tom saying it stole my Tesla shares yesterday, 190, 150, but have 185 puts still going. Should print nicely, plus the longer puts from the alert. Maybe I like Tesla again. Yeah, we're gonna be sitting pretty in these Tesla positions, Tom. You know, we traded well on the long side. I was a little upset that I missed that FSD gap up, but you know what? We still made money on the long side, and we were making money on the short side. So I mean, we swung the day trade short, obviously, which is gonna print nicely, well over 4% at the moment, and again, yeah, we do have those puts that we swung yesterday following the alert. So. It feels good to be on the right side of the trade again. Definitely been volatile. Bart's saying, TC, I'm pretty upset with you. Why I didn't find you earlier? I was following one trading company from Germany. Only losses. Thank you, Bart. Appreciate that. You know, I try here. I put in a lot of hours behind the screen, and you know, obviously there's a lot of time spent day trading here, but really a lot of the work comes behind the scenes, right? When the market's closed. Sifting through data, sifting through charts, making intermarket connections and analysis through interest rates, bonds, yields, currencies, equities, crypto, everything across the board. Alright guys, so again at the open I'm looking to take profits. I'm just going to flip this to a bit of a smaller time frame, like the 2-minute chart. But I'm looking to take profits on my Tesla short, just the day trade that I swung overnight, okay? The day trade I swung overnight, I'm looking to take profits on. Intel right now gapping down, going a little bit lower. Boeing still a little bit stronger at the moment. Nat gas trying to catch a bid. Oil's coming down. 2 minutes till the open here, guys. 2 minutes till the open. Tesla's down 3.83% and falling. We are going to be printing. We will be printing on these. I did swing a 190 put as well. And that thing's gonna start to print. Alright guys, 1 minute till the open here. Get ready. 1 minute till the market open. We are set to gap down on the Qs. Again, I'm looking for a cover. Guys, I'm going to cover Tesla here at 187 pre-market. 187, I just covered Tesla. 187 for 4.37% gain. Beautiful, beautiful little trade. The day trade is complete. Look at that. Qs are still under a little bit of pressure at the moment. Tesla getting a really big stick. Again, a head and shoulders on Tesla has triggered, guys. A retest to this 190-130 kind of gets me interested in a bit of a short opportunity again. Again, guys, so we took a nice amount of profit off of that Tesla. I closed it at 187, right along this 382 fib. Tesla and the Qs are still trying to see a little bit of sell side. Apple coming in here a touch, it's slightly green. Microsoft still has an hourly chart bear flag. Apple or Google at the moment still holding steady. Meta curling down, Nvidia trying to press up. Amazon trying to find some buyers. QQQ a little bit weak in the near term. Members, I did exit all of my EQT calls. Qs are still looking like they're under a bit of pressure at the moment. Bit of pressure. Crypto getting demolished, MicroStrategy getting demolished. SMCI and AMD are slightly green when the market is red. 10 years actually pressing higher here, not a good sign for equity markets in the near term. Apple trying to firm up, Tesla still trying to bounce here. Humana still going lower, Roku coming in a touch. IBM service now, that's okay. I'm just scrolling through some of these other earnings plays. Ford down, Meta down, Snap, Intel down again. SoFi down 4.5%, Microsoft down 0.5%. Gold buy call in 2290 spot. Yeah, I'm not going to touch gold yet. I want to see gold a little bit lower, in my opinion. But again, huge profits on Tesla, guys. Huge profits on Tesla. Out the gate. QQQ has got a pretty solid bounce here. Again, it never hit my buy level for the long side. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting to see if we can flush this market out a little bit. Short EEM. Let me look at that EEM chart. Yeah, it's trying to break down and lose some of its key moving average. Potential lower high. If you want to short it here, just abide by a stop. Put your stop loss kind of at this high pivot. Any sort of close above this high pivot should stop you out of the trade. Right now the Russell's down 1.23%, so I'm expecting the Qs to actually come lower here. So look at some of these market movers on the market. So you have Train, Corning, Eli Lilly pushing, Leidos, NXP, PayPal strong, Ecolab. Some of the decliners: GE, F5, Warner Bros, Picard, Paramount, Freeport, Align, Tesla, obviously. So back to this. I'm not going to short EM, but it's an area of opportunity for sure that someone could explore shorting. There's potentially a trade there. I'm seeing Google trying to perk back up here. Nvidia is also trying to perk back up. Nvidia is still putting in some potential bullish consolidation on the hourly chart, setting up for a potential move higher. Adobe's making a nice bullish recovery. Nat gas coming in a touch here. All sectors are red except for healthcare, guys. Eli Lilly's still showing some unwavering strength right now. So the Qs are sitting right underneath the daily 20 resistance. Daily 20 resistance at the moment on the Qs. QQQ coming in hot, guys. The Qs are coming down. Adobe still looking strong at the moment. You have Nat Gas coming in, trading at 209. You can see the markets are trying to bounce. I'm seeing some strength in Google. Nvidia again went briefly positive, trying to break out, but seeing some sellers in this range. So again, you do have SMCI and AMD earnings, which are set to take place. Obviously, it's going to be important to watch those sets. AMD has arguably a bigger impact on the market with its weighting in the stocks, but SMCI is still one of those close names that are kind of in line with what Nvidia does. So right now, AMD trying to get a bullish cross over the short-term moving average. So the trend is trying to turn in the near term, potentially positive. Obviously, the big thing is that you're still stuck under this little resistance point and pivot. You know, if you can get above there, if you can get above this red bar high, I mean, it's off to the races for AMD. You know, you could easily get a nice retrace, a 50% retrace of this entire up to down move. But if AMD comes in strong, I mean, you're looking at probably a retest of 186, maybe the 618. Let's look at SMCI. Intel's trying to catch a bid, reversing off the lows. That's one I like on the semiconductor side. SMCI, let's take a look at how that chart is doing. And anybody that hasn't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, we've actually been banking profits here over the last several weeks. And yeah, hopefully our members have been able to learn and make money alongside with us, as well as in the live day trade room. We have been absolutely crushing it. So it's beautiful to see. Again, if we look at SMCI, I'm just going to erase this chart since it's so messy. If you look at SMCI, there's two real levels that I'm watching. This trend line, and obviously your little head and shoulders trend line, which you're coming up into. And then your downsloping trend line. So there's a lot of confluence of resistance in this vicinity, but it does show that maybe this 937 is a better area. Obviously this gap fill is still looming around this area here. Guys, I might be going long SMCI here. I'm seeing this QQQ market starting to rally. Nvidia's turning a corner, trying to go positive here. PayPal long on the day trade. Let's look at PayPal again. PYPL. I know it had earnings, gap up. But let's just see. So gapping up, breaking out of its base, basing formation. Yeah, you could try to chase it on the long side here. I have no issues as long as you hold above the 6820 zone. This one is a technical long. Let me just check to see where that pre-market high was. So I mean, you hit a pre-market high all the way up to here, so there's even a scenario where we could retest that today. So yeah, let's keep PayPal on watch. I do like that one on the long side. It's obviously showing more relative strength in the markets. It's green in a red market, but it has been getting faded. So if we retest the low of this range, guys, I will look for a long on PayPal. I do like that one for potential. So we'll keep PYPL a window open because I am interested in the long side. Apple looking stronger, Google looking stronger, Amazon curling, Tesla's bouncing off the lows. Still a bear flag on Microsoft, trying to break out of a bull flag on Nvidia. Alright guys, get ready on PayPal here. Get ready. This is going to be a 1/4 entry. I like it here. 68.66 just got filled. 68.66. This is a 1/4 position on PayPal. 1/4 long on PayPal. I will add to the position at the 68.20, and that is it. Okay, so we are long PayPal at the moment. Starter position. 68.20 is the next add level, so it's about 46 cents lower. 46 cents lower. Target is looking for potentially a retest of the high of day. So we are long we're long PayPal, PYPL. So we're waiting on PayPal to try to firm up and see a continuation move. Started shorting Tesla at 190. Nice, nice, nice. Just be careful. Just be careful. Tesla short on a day trade today is, for me, is all the way up to 191.50. Okay? I repeat, Tesla's short level for me today is at 191.50. But not saying your level can't work out. Mine's just a little bit higher. PayPal coming in, guys. Qs are seeing some distribution. PayPal starting to get a move here. PayPal getting a nice move, guys. PayPal is getting a nice move. Guys, a nice move on PayPal. A nice move up on PayPal, and this is as the Qs are breaking down. So a fairly good move on PayPal. Good to see that that's firming up nicely. That's really good. Still seeing Train, Corning, Eli Lilly as your best performers. Some of your worst performers are F5, GE, TAP, which is Molson Coors. PayPal getting rejected and slapped right back down with market weakness. So right now you've had the 10-year yield fade a little bit. It's up still 0.97%. All yields are green. Dollar's also green, but it has faded slightly. Apple's turned green. SMCI, AMD are green. The semiconductors are green across the board. Meta's just turned green. Google, Amazon turned green. So this could be a little bit of a trend day starting in favor of the mega caps. Obviously small caps are still lagging under pressure, but even they have bounced. So let's see if we get some sort of a continuation move in these mega caps. PayPal getting wrecked, guys. PayPal getting wrecked. I did not add to the position, guys. It just knifed through the next support level. So I did not add to the position, guys. I repeat, I did not add to the position. I'll really only add to the position now since it knifed through my support at your gap fill. So 66.96, that's where I will add to the PayPal position. It knifed through support, which I don't like. I do not like that at the moment. Still think it has the ability to firm up, but you're definitely seeing some profit taking ahead. Bitcoin coming in more, Tesla coming in, Microsoft triggering an hourly chart bear flag, so that's why the Qs are under pressure. But then you have Apple pushing higher, Google, Meta trying to curl. I'm still long PayPal, but I did not add my second entry because it did knife through my support. Again, I'll only add now if we get a nice little 3-bar surge into this gap. Maybe, just maybe at this pivot zone, $67, but I'd preferred filling the gap now since we lost at 68.20 level. I'd prefer only adding at the gap fill on PayPal. PayPal's still coming in, guys. PayPal's still coming in. QQQ is trying to push up here a little bit again. Qs are trying to push up. As I'm looking at some QQQ calls, you know, what I'm seeing here is a big technical breakdown in Microsoft triggering a bear flag, but then you're having Nvidia, Apple, Google, Meta firming up. So I mean, if Microsoft can kind of negate this selling, the Qs have a chance of pushing up. Obviously, Microsoft has the ability to start dragging down all the other Q components, does have that strength and weighting to it, but not a healthy chart on Microsoft at the moment, and it's really applying some pressure to the Qs. So I mean, Microsoft is certainly doing the damage. Look at the hourly chart, nice little bear flag that's triggering. Look at your 20-minute chart, 10-minute chart, not looking good right now for Microsoft, but it is at the low end of the bear range, still at a gap fill. So I mean, there is some support there, which makes me think that the Qs have the ability to potentially push up here in the near term. PayPal coming down some more, guys. Apologies about this one. This one's definitely going against us at the moment. But again, it was just a light starter position. Right now I'm down about, it's flushing hard, 2.11, but it's coming up into next add entry, guys, right here. I'm actually going to add, oh, never mind, I did not get filled. I repeat, I did not get filled. Anything below 67.20, I'm going to add to PayPal, guys. Qs are still trying to distribute. Apple breaking out here, or at least attempting to. Nvidia trying to make an attempt of a bull flag breakout on the hourly chart. Bitcoin still below 61K. Amazon's trying to firm up. Google's trying to firm up. Good morning, Ram. After a month of long holiday, my QQ calls and IWM are too bad at the moment. It's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that, Ram. Hopefully we can get you back in the swing of things. Our members have been able to profit tremendously over the last couple sessions. Live day trading, we close those Tesla shorts, which is always a nice win. PayPal trying to wick higher here and move up, but still kind of struggling. Meta's trying to curl. Microsoft's now catching a bid. The Dixie's also trying to break out. Nvidia's breaking out of its flag pattern, guys. So this is where the Qs could see some power to the upside. I repeat, Nvidia's trying to squeeze out of a flag pattern here. Apple's now getting a bid. Tesla's still lagging a bit. But Nvidia's trying to lift the QQQ market. Sorry about that, Ram. No, TradingView stopped live streaming. So there's no more on TradingView. You can no longer do live streams. It's only recorded videos, pre-recorded videos. So all streams are now being conducted on YouTube until further notice. Still seeing some weakness in some pretty important performers here like GE, F5, but then you have strength coming into the market from Lilly, NXP. PayPal still struggling. QQQ hasn't really gotten going yet. Bitcoin's starting to lose a little bit more momentum. Micron's up 1.3. Again, marijuana stock slightly down. Nvidia at the moment is looking spicy at the moment, guys. It's going to single-handedly start to lift the Qs. Look at this breakout on Nvidia. This is a bull flag break to the upside. It's had a lot of meaningful consolidation. You got a nice positive 10-minute close, and you're trying to trigger this little breakout. Not only do you have a bull flag triggering, but if you were to actually draw, this inverse head and shoulders neckline is also triggering. So let me just remove this down sloping trend line. And you can see on Nvidia here, this is interesting because now you have a bullish optimistic pattern triggering right ahead of AMD and SMCI. So obviously this is a sympathy play as well. If AMD and SMCI do well, you bet You're asked that in 9 times out of 10, unless AMD says they're releasing some sort of a new chip that is going to eat NVIDIA's lunch, which is unlikely at this point. But most times when NVIDIA and if AMD and SMCI do well in earnings, it's going to push NVIDIA up. And you can see this little bullish hourly chart pattern on NVIDIA gives us upside to about $1,018 new all-time highs. So watching this closely, because this is just the start of a little bit of a breakout here. It's actually a long trigger. I don't mind going long on NVIDIA here. You know what, guys? Let's go long. I'm going to go long here. 884.99 I got filled at. 884.99. Starter position, just common shares long. My stop loss is going to be a hard stop, okay, guys? My stop loss is going to be basically 883. 883 hard stop. That little red line. So we're long at 884.99 NVIDIA with a hard stop. Once we start to get more in the money, I will look to trail this position, but this is a nice breakout, guys. This is a sizable breakout on NVIDIA, and it is lifting the Qs at the moment. The QQQ is actually looking to go green here, guys. It's looking to go green. Jazz saying QQ will hit 436 by Friday. Potentially, if earnings go well. Michael, CLX 5-minute bear flag. Let's look at CLX here. CLX still has a very strong daily chart pattern, so just be cautious of that one. I still like the pattern on CLX for the daily chart to move higher, but yeah, you do have a that's a tough chart actually. That's a tough chart. Let's pull up the CLX just so we can run through. So obviously you had your big red candle down. You're looking at the 5-minute chart as well? Okay. Let's look at the 5-minute chart. So obviously your big move down on CLX. Now you're having a nice little move up. This is actually... It's not really a bear flag because you've had too much of a move up, and now you're in sort of the 50% range of this candle. Oof, guys, I just got stopped out of NVIDIA. Whoa, look at that hard rejection. So my stop loss was tagged at 883. I'm all out of NVIDIA for a small loss. I apologize about that one. That's a loss of about just about $2 on the trade per share. So that was about a $100 loss to me. I had 50 shares long there, but it was a starter position, so it wasn't that bad, but definitely a little bit of a decline there in NVIDIA. I apologize about that trade, guys. Apologize about that trade. QQQ obviously got really rejected too. But CLX, this isn't a bear flag. This is actually more inclined to push higher. One of the reasons I say that on CLX, let me just flip to the hourly chart. Hourly chart, still putting in higher lows, higher highs, still looking bullish. Then you look at the daily chart, still looking bullish, right? You've had that big impulse green candle, back test to your EMA 113, bullish consolidation, impulse breakout candle setting another higher high daily close. And now you're just consolidating along the short-term moving average. So I still think this name is likely going to move higher. Obviously, earnings can change anything. Just be careful trying to short this name. Alright, let's look back at PYPL. That one is trying to catch a bid here and move up, so we're basically back to break even on PYPL. But looking for more upside in this name. I still think that this one can probably even look to make an attempt at retesting its pre-market highs. NVIDIA getting a really big bid. Qs are pushing back up. So again, winning trade on Tesla, losing trade on NVIDIA. It was actually a really big win on Tesla. And right now we're green on PayPal. So it's a little bit of a steady session at the moment. Just quietly trying to see if there's any other opportunities that will prevent themselves. Yep. Tesla is looking heavy. And again, Tesla's, even though with the positive news, the positive earnings reaction, keep in mind Tesla's still one of the more rate sensitive stocks. And if we're going through potentially a hotter CPI next month, Tesla's still going to be one of those stocks that are that should still see some downward pressure because it's still interest rate sensitive. And I mean, it wasn't really that impressive. Its report, a lot of cash burning, huge expenditures. You know, if they're looking to buy thousands of H100s, that's a big capital allocation expenditure. And what's pretty crazy about this EV cycle is Tesla's been declining, and it's even with this latest pop, you know, 30-40% off the lows, Tesla's still technically in a downtrend. So, still lower highs, lower lows. But even with the pop, you know, with this recent decline in Tesla and the recent pop over the last couple sessions, I mean, you look at Tesla's model and it's been declining even during a commodity run where copper, you know, a large portion of EV batteries come from copper. You look at lithium. I mean, a lot of the important commodities that support EV and electrification have been getting decimated. And now you're starting to see copper obviously firm up. Maybe a little bit of a bottom coming into lithium, you know, other key components. But what happens if those commodities start to press even higher? What happens to those margins on Tesla? They get squeezed more. So Tesla is not only affected by interest rates, but it's also affected by what the other commodities, it's the base metals required in producing EVs is pretty immense. And if those input costs start to increase, it only applies more pressure on Elon and Tesla. I mean, it goes the same for other EVs, but obviously we're just talking about Tesla in this case. All right, right now every sector is red in the S&P 500, Dow components included. The only sector green is XLV, healthcare, and that's because of Eli Lilly, guys. LLY obviously gapping up on earnings. Right now it's pumping up 7.762%. I still think that there's a short trade opportunity in this range, a day trade short as well. I have been watching this ticker all morning, and right now it's grinding, but you are into some decent resistance here. Let's see if there's a bit of a short trade opportunity. Alright guys, I'm going to try to take a stab at a short on LLY. LLY. Alright guys, I'm short Lilly here, 793.03. 793.03. This is a 1/4 entry. I will add at that 800 double top here. So 793.03. I am short Eli Lilly with a 1/4 position, just common shares. Common shares short, okay? Short Eli Lilly. Again, next ad level's up here at 800. 800, okay? That's kind of your double top. So 793.03. Everyone has had the opportunity to get an even better entry than I have on this trade. So right now we're short Lilly, long PayPal. Short Lilly, long PayPal. Okay? Still seeing Apple strong, Microsoft weak, Tesla weak, Meta curling down now, Google running into a little bit of near-term sellers, Amazon trying to curl down, Nvidia coming down a touch, QQQ rolling down, still negative on all three indices, SMCI is up 1.2, Nat Gas slightly green again, teetering from negative to green. Canopy Growth just turned green, so keep your eye on MSOS and marijuana stocks, guys. Yeah, crazy expensive options for SMCI. Yep, it is. Very expensive. SMCI is now testing 900. Hitting its first resistance. You have a gap fill on SMCI, which was your big bear gap sitting around 928.10. Jazz is wondering if we can look at IWM prediction, please. Sure. Again, there's been some nuggets I've given you, or at least to my members on the Russell, especially in last night's members video. We touched base on a couple interesting things on the Russell. Right now, Russell's holding some support. Back testing this little breakout trend line, and you can see it's got bought up off that area. So right now, the Russell needs to hold this little hourly chart neckline. If you lose this little neckline, all I'm going to say is there's bad things start to happen for the Russell 2000. Okay? Bad things start to happen. But as long as you hold this neckline, this inverse head and shoulders is technically valid. And obviously that gives us an upside target to about 206.70 and likely a retest of this gap fill. But that's only if this neckline holds. If you start to lose this again, very, very bad things will start to happen to this market. So the Russell 2000, just keep in mind it's small cap base, so it's much, much more sensitive to interest rates. So again, if interest rates spike, this one's going to get hit more. Eli Lilly coming down nicely. Take a look at this, guys. We're in the driver's seat, up about $5 on the trade. Looking for more downside, though. PayPal is starting to work out. That one's trying to push up for us. So a couple interesting trades at the moment. We are winning on and in the driver's seat at the moment. Let's see if we can keep progressing in the right direction to potentially make some more money. And Eli Lilly continuing to fall here. PayPal. This is perfect, guys. Our two trades now are working out very, very well. Working out very, very well. Market's kind of slow at the moment. And again, this is to be expected ahead of a Fed meeting, an FOMC meeting tomorrow. To be expected. Eli Lilly's still coming down a touch, guys. I'm looking for potentially a move down on Lilly. Just give me 1 second here. I'll give you my exact target. PayPal is continuing to push, guys. My target on Lilly is around 782. 780, 782. This is the day trade target. Around 782, I'll look for a potential cover of this trade. Okay? 782 on Lilly. Again, we're only entered in a 1/4 position. Still have 3 other entries in the event that this goes higher. Bitcoin breaking down, guys. New lows on Bitcoin. Tesla making new lows as well. Microsoft still an intraday bear flag. Nvidia is trying to hold its breakout territory. Does look like Microsoft wants more downside. It's already given up its whole earnings pop, guys. Microsoft has given up its whole earnings pop, which is not a good sign. Google's trying to consolidate bullishly here. Oil's now at 80.80 a barrel, so that's coming in quite nicely. Oil's coming down sharply at the moment, down 1.9%. So this actually makes me more bullish equities, guys. The fact that oil's starting to soften up here is a bit of a bullish signal for the market. The fact that we're losing 81 pretty sharply here and coming into a potential head and shoulders on oil. So now we're at a tricky scenario, right? Because inflation expectations have changed over the last few weeks due to this huge surge in oil. But now we're running into a scenario here where oil is actually triggering this bearish head and shoulders neckline. So, I mean, we trigger this head and shoulders, and then we start to get into an environment where oil, in the not this next CPI report, but the following after that. So, again, we always have to be forward looking, but we start triggering this little breakdown in oil, which leads us to maybe oil trending all the way down to about 73 bucks for the month of May, maybe somewhat into June. Again, this is all maybe. We haven't triggered. This is just something that I'm doing a little bit of thought experiment with. But if we see oil break this level here, guys, then that means we're going to potentially be switching once we get that June CPI. We might be switching into more of a disinflationary trend again, right? Remember, this has been inflationary. If this starts to break down and trigger a bigger move down, falling to about 73, 74 bucks, then the energy trend starts to become disinflationary. It won't apply as much pressure to the inflation narrative. So oil, again, is the big market signal that I'm watching ever so closely each and every day, because it's really what's driving that headline energy CPI component. So if this triggers, that could be positive for inflationary news, and if inflation expectations start to come down, that means rate expectations will come down, and that means equities could actually pump. So hopefully that's a little bit of a helpful price. And then if inflation expectations start to come down, interest rates will start to come down, and then that means that small caps would rip, tech would rip, risk assets would likely catch another bid. But it's all a what if still, right? We haven't got that technical breakdown. Oil's still technically in an uptrend. Even if we back test the 79 bucks, that could be a big area where oil bounces. So I'm watching energy closely because there is potentially staging up a nice little bounce in these energy stocks. You look at XLE, it's had a nice sell-off, bit of a bounce, looking to come back down again, but there are some names that are showing some interesting signals here. Eli Lilly still trying to hold near the highs of the session. The Dixie's actually breaking down a touch here, guys. Dixie is getting sold into here, so that's starting to come down a touch. Look back at the Qs. QQQ again is still underperforming the S&P, still just stuck in a very tight range. We haven't made a directional move, which makes me think that, the wedge pattern that we're creating on the Qs here, guys, is getting tight. So right now, I think it's just important to wait on the sidelines for day trading. Obviously, we're in PayPal, which is fine. That's kind of in a world of its own off of its earnings. But right now, the scenario we're in, we get a break of the upside wedge, I think we could have a move to 435 today. We get a break of this downside wedge, I think we could get a move to about 429-ish. So right now, I'm looking at which way we're going to break. We're just coiling, building momentum, and it's just still at a deciding factor here. We haven't really made that true decision which way we're going to go. We're still riding PayPal. SoFi for a day trade long. Let's look at SoFi. I know that one was getting hit in the pre-market when I last looked. Trying to hold a bit of a double bottom, higher low. Still a weak name. This one's probably going to see more selling, especially if the market breakdowns. Take a look at this bearish consolidation that you just broke. Obviously, the big thing is that, okay, you broke that little wedge pattern. You've broken this little low pivot here. If you can get back above this little low pivot on SoFi, on this daily close, then it maybe can live to fight another day. But as of now, this little break here is triggering a bearish pattern, and I don't want to go long a bearish pattern right now. that just triggered and broke. So again, a downside takes you to about 550. You could even have a mean reversion kind of back into this channel that I'm looking at. Look at these look at this little channel, all these pivots to this consolidation breakout zone, back tested here. Look at all these low pivots. Looks like this pattern is going to mean revert back into its downward channel based off of this breakdown. I mean, you could even draw this channel here, connecting those pivots to say about this pivot low. And again, downside somewhere around the $5 level. Alright guys, PayPal's acting extremely well here. And this is all in part and parcel due to the NASDAQ not even performing here. So PayPal is continuing to surge here. This is exactly what we want to see. Just because the market is weak, guys, I'm actually looking at maybe pulling some profits here. We're up about 1.4%. $1 on the trade is more than enough to pull profits. Alright, PayPal continuing to squeeze. NASDAQ trying to get a bid. Still watching Eli Lilly on my other screen here. We're still up about 40 cents on that trade. So I'll update you on both as we progress here. SoFi double bottom. Again, I don't like that SoFi trade, Bart, because it's an earnings reaction. It's a bear pattern. It's so there's a couple things here, right? Just had earnings. So it's a bearish reaction on earnings. It's a bearish technical breakdown on earnings. Not something I want to go along. You just had the breakdown. Look at all this consolidation. And I mean, sure, it might be a double bottom intraday, but that's weak. Intraday double bottoms really don't have to hold. They do not have to hold intraday double bottoms, especially when there's no daily double bottom. It's just a fresh, clean break. You know, if we gap down into this pivot here and it was a daily double bottom, I would say, okay, you know, that has a little bit more strength to it. But you've just had all of this consolidation. You've just had a 3-bar surge to the breakdown. The RSI on the daily isn't even oversold yet. Sure, you might be oversold intraday here. But again, just from my experience, earning double bottoms on intraday breakdowns typically don't hold. And you can see your big jump, bounce, lower high. Another sell-off, bounce, another lower high. So clearly they're trying to push this down in the near term. Alright guys, Eli Lilly working out well here. Eli Lilly working out well. That one's starting to come down for us. Beautiful job. If you're in that with us. Again, we're long PayPal, short Lilly. Almost a pairs trade. Almost a pairs trade. Look at the Qs. Qs again are looking to potentially break down or break up. If we break down, I'll be a buyer down here and I'd look to short this trend down. You know, we break the wedge. If we break out to the upside, I'll look to buy this breakout. Right now I'm just waiting. But again, if we break down and start shorting it, I do have a buyable level down here on this 429.60, 429.25 range. Hopefully this has all helped, guys. Hopefully all this analysis helps. Please put in a ticker if you're looking at any other individual names. I'm happy to discuss some things. Happy to discuss some other tickers. Pretty big dump there on Eli Lilly, guys. I'm still holding though. So that was a really sizable dump there on Lilly. It actually almost came down to target. Again, my target on Eli Lilly is around 781.70. And I'll keep updating you as things progress, okay? Even PayPal starting to come in a touch here. Qs are still weak, a touch. Nice bull flag on SMCI, Nvidia, Apple. Bear flag on Tesla, bear flag on Microsoft, bull flag on Google. Meta's trying to firm up. A little bit of an intraday bull flag on Amazon. So mixed price action across the board today, guys. It's not as simple as slam dunk trend day. You go long, stay strong. Today there's mixed. It's mixed price action. And the Qs are coming up into their apex here. So approaching a technical either breakdown or breakout. You've had Canopy Growth stock turn green. Aurora's turned green. So CGC is seeing some more buying activity. CGC is looking to actually break out again of an intraday consolidation. You can see CGC is back testing its little neckline zone. As long as we hold above this neckline, that's actually should see some more bullish flow to the upside. ACB, how we doing there? That one again also trying to put in a little bit of an hourly chart reversal. Really the line for the bulls is they don't want to lose this impulse green candle pivot, which you can see we're holding. Let's look at MSOS. MSOS review. Yeah, Ram, MSOS right now has lagged. I'm also holding $12 calls, currently underwater on that trade. Still a little bit of time on the clock, but with the theta burn that's occurring right now, it's really struggling, right? The marijuana stocks have just kind of plateaued here. Haven't given us that complete breakout. What looked to be breaking out here had an attempt, got slightly rejected. Now you're just consolidating. It's been a few more weeks of consolidation, still putting in higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, a couple higher highs, but pattern needs to start to firm up here and make another test at breaking above that $10 level and holding. The big level on the weekly chart is kind of holding that $10 close. It's been a struggle. You held it here, got rejected the following week. Held it here again, got rejected the following week. So $10 psych level is a big number for MSOS. At the moment, intraday, it is trying to put in a little bit of stair-stepping, higher high, higher low pattern. You can see you've broken out about a little bit of this downtrend here. Trying to break out and move higher here. But still just struggling in this range at the moment. Alright guys, look at the Qs. We're testing now the breakdown of this key area. We are testing the breakdown. So again, I'm not shorting it outright yet, but you are having a bearish breakdown on the Qs. Bearish breakdown on the Qs, guys. Not a good sign for the market. Big breakdown on the Qs, guys. We're seeing Nvidia getting walloped, Google coming in hard. No problem, Ram. You're welcome. Tesla, new low of day. Alright, so now the short setup on the Qs is a back test to this trend line, so 431.50-ish. That's your continuation short. Again, we're still holding a long on PayPal and a short on Eli Lilly. Both trades are currently green, but looking for a little bit more price action in our favor. PayPal at the moment, again, had a nice little move up. Now seeing some sellers. Still potentially, still green on the market, even though the market is red. MicroStrategy just getting wrecked, down 13% at the moment. Been working on GM, possible daily head and shoulders break. IPAR. Let's take a look. Look at the Qs, guys. Look at the Qs. Big decline coming into the picture here. So we're looking at this ticker here. IPAR. Yeah, that's a big bearish breakdown on IPAR, except there is this little bit of support. And again, this is where it gets a little bit tricky, right? Because you have this little wick of a pivot. But if you use the multi-pivot rule, connecting as many multi-pivots as you can through an area, that should be stronger support. You can even use this little bit of a parallel channel as your tool. So take a look at that. So I mean, IPAR, there is some support here. Definitely some support. Extreme oversold condition. Let's just see. We're hitting that weekly EMA 113. I mean, that's an interesting setup. That's certainly an interesting setup. Just recognize that you can still go lower down to this 105, 100 level. Let's look at GM. Eli Lilly's still struggling. That's coming down. PayPal trying to potentially build an inverse head and shoulders on PayPal. But the market's weak, so it needs to firm up here. Alright, so GM. No head and shoulders that I'm seeing on the daily chart. Let me just make sure you put your time frame in there. Oh, sorry, that was just good morning. You weren't even looking at GM, Whiskey Business. Sorry, I read that wrong. You were just looking at IPAR. So yeah, IPAR again is actually into some support. I wouldn't say it's a daily head and shoulders. You know, the head and shoulders that triggered was, nope, you can't even have it that way because that would be a descending neckline. So there was no real head and shoulders that triggered. I don't see it. I'm actually seeing a beautiful support channel that could potentially be bought here for a bounce. There is some support here on this IPAR. Let me just do a volume check. Again, if you start breaching this level, then you'll have just some support around 113, 114. But inching in a position here on the long side and then just recognizing that it could go down to about 100, so about 16% decline from here, it still could happen, is still an area where if you're looking to just accumulate common shares, this isn't a bad area, but just give yourself, you know, maybe another one or two entries down to, at least down to 100, where there's epic support. This is good intermediate support, but epic support is at about 100, 105 bucks between there. Okay, let's flip back to PYPL. I'm saying MSTRs are worth to buy more. My average cost is $15.35, or should I sell it at a loss? So that's a tough one, Ram. That's a tough one. You know, I've been bearish on MicroStrategy and crypto for kind of a while now. We've actually traded it in and out of it quite nicely, both actually on the long and the short side. But it's really going to come down to what's your technical opinion on Bitcoin? What do you think Bitcoin is going to do? MicroStrategy's your purest Bitcoin equity play. So do you have a bullish outlook on Bitcoin in the near term? Do you have a bearish outlook? Are you a long term or you're short term? You know, if you're long term, buying here, you know, does it make sense? Sure, it might make sense if you have an upside target of, you know, 100, 150K for Bitcoin. But that's a tough thing to be down that much. You know, you started buying at a much, much higher point here when it was clearly going through a distribution phase. We've shorted this numerous times, so that was kind of your signal that how our bias has been. And I mean, I could see this going down more. Take a look at that hard move down, very weak bounce for a stock of this nature. A little bit of bearish consolidation. Now you're breaking down again. And again, it really comes down to what's your Bitcoin analysis and how big of a portfolio is, because you can clearly see that Bitcoin right now, let me just remove some of these drawings. Bitcoin right now is in trouble. It's going through a big distribution phase. It's arguably triggered a head and shoulders pattern on the daily. Again, your downside target, just based off of this little bear pattern on Bitcoin, should take you to about, 52,000, back to this little consolidation point. So again, one thing that I mentioned earlier in the stream, Ram, look at this candle that formed on Bitcoin today. Look where rejection happened. Right at that daily 20 moving average, 64.48. This is a bearish engulfing rejection on the Bitcoin daily chart right off the 20 MA. When you get rejected so firmly off of a daily chart resistance level, you want to look at where's that same weekly resistance or support. So obviously, since we're going through a sell-off, you want to look for support. Your weekly 20 MA is sitting at 55,618. So there's a chance that we dip all the way down to 55. That's where you should see some buyers step up into the plate. Now, the positive thing for Bitcoin, you've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks down in a row. So there's a clear distribution trend. So obviously, the more weeks down in a row, there's a scenario where you could eventually bounce. Another positive for Bitcoin, you're trying to hold this little support zone. Okay, but again, you break this little trend, and I think a move down to 52 is very likely. Okay, hopefully that helped. And what's really concerning about Bitcoin is you've never really established yourself above that all-time high for a long duration of trend. And there's even a scenario here where Bitcoin could look to retest this little channel that I'm watching. And there's definitely some relative weakness being observed in MSTR right now. You can see MSTR is triggering its little bear pattern, making a new low from your April 17th sell-off candle pivot. And you look at Bitcoin in comparison to where it's trading from its April 17th pivot. You can see Bitcoin still technically holding above. So definitely a little bit of relative weakness in MicroStrategy chart at this point. It's a tough trade, not my trade because I didn't tell you to buy or sell it, but it's a tough one to be in. I still think that there's a likely scenario of more downside. Obviously, there's always a chance of an upside pop, but I still think that there's more downside. So at the moment, we're flat on our PayPal long, still slightly green on our Eli Lilly, but I'm looking for more. Eli Lilly now could be setting up for potential intraday head and shoulders. You need to break this neckline. If you break that neckline, then that gives us a nice little target of roughly, I should see here, basically a move back down to 766, 765. I still think this is one of the more expensive healthcare stocks. Its valuation has kind of run away from it since we've gone through this Ozempic Wegovy phase, this weight loss drug phase. Alright, so we'll keep you updated. Let's just flip back at the Qs. The Qs again have triggered a bearish breakdown. Bearish breakdown at the moment, but they are trying to firm up. No problem, no problem. Sidebar US 2-year yield at 5. Yeah, that's a problem, right? That is definitely a problem. US 2-year yield closing back above 5% is definitely a problem there. Thanks for mentioning that. If I was in your position, Ram, again, I don't know how heavy of a portfolio position MSTR is inside your portfolio. That's the first question and variable that I need to know. Is it 5%? Is it 10%? Is it 50% of your portfolio? Is it 100% of your portfolio? You know, stock questions are difficult because there's variables, right? I don't know if mindfulness, looking at short DPZ, so Domino's Pizza. That's a tough name to short. Let's look at it, see if there's any damage that's been done or if it's just super extended. So intraday, a little bit of a bull flag continuation. It's up 2.65% in a weak market. So a stock like this, no, I would not get in this way. I would not get in the way of this. This stock is going to try to push for new highs, new all-time highs. The rate that this is moving, you know, double top is your best bet. That's where you actually have some resistance. If you want to short the Qs here, this is where you would do it. You're back testing this breakdown zone. Nice little key resistance. But as soon as you recapture this little wedge pattern, you need to stop out. I'm not shorting it yet. I'm just waiting for a little bit more clarity. Eli Lilly's coming down into target, guys. So LLY, keep that on watch. It's almost at our profit target. Again, I'm looking at around that 781 zone, guys. But let me just touch base on Domino's. Again, double top is my short zone. Could you get a small intraday pullback? Yes, but the fact that you're clearing this heavy reversal pivot showing that this is strength. That is signs of strength in that name. Alright guys, Eli Lilly coming down, testing the neckline at this point in time. Let's put it actually on this screen, LLY, and we'll put PYPL. So again, I'm looking for a break of this neckline, and profit target on Eli Lilly is around 781 and change. So that would basically be giving us about 781.50 is where I'm looking. Okay, so very close. And how I'm getting my profit target on Eli Lilly, I'll show you here. From our gap up on earnings, just drawing a fib retrace from your low gap up to your high. And again, I'm looking at this first little fib level. A pierce of this neckline gets me very intrigued. Alright, QQQ at the moment, still struggling a touch. It's now 10:43, so we've been trading for an hour. We took profits on a Tesla win. We did lose on an Nvidia long, but we're in the money on PayPal and we're in the money on LLY. So 3 of 4 trades today are appearing to work out fairly well from us. Coco follow up on yesterday's fall. Yeah, Ram, that's if it's a light position, I think reassessing and allocating that capital somewhere else is probably a best bet. So I think that's a smart thing to do, especially if Bitcoin starts to lose its steam here. I mean, it's bouncing off 61,000, but it's still down 4.21% and trying to trigger a little bit of a bear pattern here. You know, my long-term forecast for Bitcoin is higher, but it's not until we get some sort of a big flush down to at least, 52,000, then we could start to look to build a base and potentially push for, I think, 85, 90,000. But typically we still see a flush after the halving before the bigger move. Alright, Qs are still back testing this area, guys. So QQQ is still trying to firm up here. I think I might look at some shorting opportunity here. I'm just looking at some of these put contracts on the Qs. $431 puts. You can see the Qs are trying to make an attempt at pressing here. Alright guys, I'm in a 431 put. A 431 put on the Qs got filled at $1.23. 431 put, $1.23 on the Qs, guys. And right away, the trade is telling us that we're almost instantly wrong. A nice little pump. If you're not in, you could get an even better entry than I can. But basically, 431 put at $1.23. And I may stop out of this trade. If this starts to obliterate this candle and get back in this channel, which you can obviously see it is, I may look to exit this trade very quickly. Instead of holding on to it, I may just cut it fast. As of now, I'm still riding. PayPal still holding long PayPal. So we're now in a QQQ 431 put. I'm at $1.23 a contract. I'm only going to add once to this position. I repeat, only once to this position. If we start getting above this high pivot bar, I'm going to look to close it for a small loss. So I repeat. Alright, we're starting to press through that zone right now. Still holding PayPal, Lily on the short side. Alright guys, I'm closing this QQQ put. I just took a loss. I closed at $1.10. $1.10. I apologize about that one. Small loss on the Qs of roughly 13 cents per share. Just about 7% on the trade. So apologies about that one. Still holding LLY on the short side. That one's actually coming down into target, guys. LLY. So a small loss on the QQQ position there. That one's coming down. Let's see if we can get a flush and cover. I'm going to look for a cover very shortly, guys. We're coming up into profit target here. Still riding PayPal on the long side. Come on, Lily. Give it up. Give it up, Lily. Come on, Lily. Give it up. QQQ still trying to move higher here. It's now testing 432. Who else is shorting nat gas? No, I'd be careful with that. I'd be very careful with that, guys. Especially with what the equity stocks in nat gas are telling us. Look at this potential inverse head and shoulders trying to trigger and break out on PayPal, guys. Alright guys, I'm very close to covering here. Almost at the cover point. Around the 781.80. That's where I'm looking for a cover on this Eli Lilly day trade short, guys. We're up nicely. We are up nicely. Alright guys, I just covered my Eli Lilly there, 781.52, 781.52, boom. Profit target hit, 781.52. That is a winning trade. Thank you very much. Still riding PayPal on the long side, but we took $11.50 per share. $11.50 per share. I had 60 shares, so that's a beautiful, beautiful win on Eli Lilly short. Everyone had the ability to catch that trade. Again, members, you all know about the swing trade, but the day trade is officially closed for a lovely win. So congrats on that trade if you were able to take that with us. Let's flip back to the Qs. Again, we're still riding PayPal on the long side, guys. PYPL on the long side. That one is moving nicely for us. We're up almost a full dollar on that position. PayPal seeing some sellers and some rejection at that resistance, which was to be expected. Michael saying Coco fall up on yesterday's fall. Is Coco falling here? Or look at the QQQ decline. Right when we get shaken out, QQQ falling. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. You know, that's the thing about options, right? They can make you money, but they can also certainly hurt you. All right, Coco cash contract. Let's take a peek. Yeah, bouncing. I mean, oh, wow. Jeez, I wish someone told me. Look at that gap down. Yeah, I remember talking about that, and we said, you know what, wait for this to go a little bit lower. Big gap down, getting bought right back up. So, I mean, it's still slightly negative on the session, down about 1.27, but that was a huge gap down on cocoa yet again. Obviously, that got bought, gobbled right back up. That was a massive gap down. I wish I saw that earlier. I wish I saw that earlier. What a trade. Wow. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. All right, QQQ still in bearish environment here. Looking to see if some sellers get worked out. PayPal, nice thing about PayPal, right as the Qs are trying to break down here, PayPal's trying to break out again. So let's see if PayPal wants to keep trending here. This could be a nice trending stock for us. I would welcome PayPal trending. That's for sure. QQQ is rolling over a touch here. Seeing a little bit of weakness in the near term. Microsoft still is a bear flag. Apple is a bull flag. Tesla's coming lower. Amazon's trying to press a little bit in the near term. Bitcoin's still at 61.4. Meta's trying to curl up now. Qs keep falling here, guys. QQQ is still falling. Tesla, hard candle down there on Tesla, guys. Hard candle down on Tesla. No problem, no problem. Natgas buy / add the dip. I wouldn't just yet. I wouldn't just yet. Just be a little patient with this one. You know, the stocks are kind of extended in the near term. UNG's at a resistance point here. Give it a few days. I think you might get a better entry. Right now, what's the 10-year doing? That's still up 1%. Dixie just made going for a new high of day, reclaiming 106. So I'm actually going to cut PayPal here, guys. I'm going to sell PayPal for a win, 69.31. I'm all out of PayPal, guys. 69.31. That's another winning trade. Beautiful job. And one of the reasons I'm wanting to just get more defensive, obviously seeing the Qs getting rejected here, but look at this Dixie. Wow. Not a positive session for the not a positive move. If the Dixie keeps surging here, that's not going to be positive for equities, guys. I am not right now, Graham. I'm not in any Qs calls. I'm not in any QQQ puts. The QQQ puts, I got shaken out. Fuck, they would have printed, but I got shaken out. Look at them. We took 431s and they would have been almost in the money already. Would have been up nicely. But I got shaken out on this little bit of a high wick spike. God, they got me good. But I mean, it's still been a pretty good day. Tesla we banked on. PayPal we banked on. Eli Lilly we banked on. It was just really the QQQ and Nvidia. So 3 of 2. And I mean, our Tesla trade from yesterday was a full-sized common share short position that I said I was swinging overnight. And again, I apologize about yesterday's stream. It was short-lived, and then all of a sudden my cat closed my computer. Things went dark. But regardless, we swung Tesla from 195.58 down. I also swung a couple 190 puts on Tesla, which went in the money. And I'm still holding 170 puts on Tesla, which my members got that alert yesterday. So that's actually moving up in our favor at the moment. Qs are still coming in, guys. QQQ is still coming in. Tesla's dying here at the moment. That Dixie chart, though, that thing's just a monster today, guys. Look at that. So now we have a bullish chart pattern intraday. An intraday bull flag is trying to trigger on the Dixie, right ahead of FOMC, right ahead of Powell. Just this little intraday bull flag pattern can actually take us all the way up to 106.12 on the Dixie chart, which means that there's likely going to be more downside for the equity markets today if this pattern starts to hold and firm. Again, I do have a buyable level on the Qs. 431s, if you're still in those 431 puts that we called out a few minutes ago, nice job. Nice job there, Em. Nice job. 433 puts on the Qs, you're deep in the money. Tesla going lower. And Microsoft still looking like a bear flag. Google still being sold into. Dixie taking a bit of a breather at the moment. Meta's still strong. Roku's performing well. SMH slightly negative. Chegg down 20%. Whoa. Must have been on earnings. Good to see Humana green. That's trying to hold this little bit of an earnings low. Biogen's starting to move. How's Lulu doing? That one's still just consolidating. Nat Gas still trying to move. Yeah, you know, that's the thing, risky business. You're absolutely right. The delay does work in your favor often. I would say it's even more so. I probably enter trades early and exit early. So, I mean, the delay probably helps more so than it actually hinders. Alright, guys, since it's a little slow here and we've closed our day trades on the session, I'm just going to scroll through some of these headlines here, see if there's anything important worth noting on FinViz. So, 8 daily newspapers sue OpenAI and Microsoft over AI. Maybe that's why Microsoft is obviously showing a little bit more weakness today. Definitely under pressure. 7 bank stock fix the industry news positive. No. Exclusive Austrian officials warn of Raffianism release from the oligarch deal. Blah, blah, blah. How Finnish strikes over labor reforms are affecting companies. Home prices surge to another record high. Let's see that. Sorry, all my ad blockers are on. Legal battles over Carlsberg Russian. Yeah, that's nothing. Sliding yen stirs fears of China yuan devaluation. That'd be interesting. BBVA wants to buy Sabato. That could be a $10 plus acquisition. Czechs approve raising retirement age. Markets aren't excited about a second Trump presidency. Walmart is shutting health centers after plans to expand. Stock set for worst month in 2024 before Fed. Oil prices back on track for losses as Israel-Hamas ceasefire talks continue. Cocoa prices plunge. Yep. GE Healthcare Tech quarter one shortfall sparks largest one-day loss since its spin-off. Yep. Big decline there. Big decline there. Chegg crashes as free AI tools send online education companies spiraling. Let's look at that chart here. CHGG, you can see the dollar's pulling back a bit. Let's look at this Chegg chart. Obviously a massive gap down for Chegg. This is one that I've actually traded successfully a couple times, but it's just a horrific one for news headlines. I mean, look at this decline on Chegg. Look at this little bit of a breakdown though. It almost makes me interested in buying. When you get a gap down over a wedge pattern like that, that is quite powerful. Huge volume. Wow, that's extraordinary. QQQ just getting demolished right now ahead of things. So the Qs are definitely in some sort of a distribution phase. I repeat, a distribution phase for the Qs. But yeah, this Chegg one just obliterated. I mean, it was already oversold. Qs are just getting wrecked here, guys. Wrecked. Again, I have a buyable zone down here in this 429. It's aggressive, but we can take a stab at it. Look at that sell-off on Chegg, guys. You don't see that often. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive weeks down. Weekly RSI extension to the max. Wow. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Anyways, we'll flip back to PayPal, see how that one's doing. That one's still trying to firm up, consolidating at the highs. Again, this is still acting well considering the Qs are declining. PayPal's still holding strong. That when the market does firm up, PayPal could be a ripper. PayPal could absolutely be a ripper. Take a look at Mr. Softy. That's where predominantly a lot of the sell side pressure is coming into today on the Qs. Just trying to trigger another bear flag here. At the moment it is breaking down. Look at that. First support on Microsoft 397. You break that, I mean, maybe 395. But not a healthy looking chart from Microsoft, that's for sure. Especially since it's now trading below its earnings gap up. So I mean, to think that Microsoft was up, it gapped up all the way up here, and now it's basically negated its entire earnings gap up. Not what you want to see if you're bullish to the NASDAQ. The largest company in the world has given back officially all of its gains since its earnings gap up. And then you look at Google, that's given up a lot of its gains as well. Obviously, that was one of the short signals we sent out to members, was to, as soon as I saw Google gap up, 14-15% on earnings, I was like, yeah, that's not going to last. That's not going to last. So, I mean, our members are short Google at 178.89 here. Deep in the money already off that earnings gap up. You can see regular price didn't even hit that there in the regular session. It was just off of that pre-market data, but we're already up 7.6% on that trade. But Google definitely getting faded here. QQQ trying to stabilize here, but Microsoft still looking heavy. Google, Amazon looking heavy. Tesla looking heavy. Someone throw Tesla an anchor? No, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Just get me to 170 before you throw the anchor. 170, and I'd be okay with that. But yeah, Tesla getting clobbered, which is again why I swung those shorts overnight into huge daily chart resistance on Tesla. You had your daily 100 moving average, you had your daily EMA 113, both of those moving averages acting in huge confluence. Huge confluence. Look at that, a little bit of a buyer's bid starting to come back into things. Again, all sectors are red right now, guys. Even healthcare, which was the positive sector of the session, is starting to weaken here. It's only up on the session now 0.27%. I'm seeing that 10-year yield still pushing up 1.1. So this market could keep selling off. At some point we'll get a dead cat bounce, but the market could be still moving more defensively. Whenever you have weakness in Microsoft, Google, Amazon, that's troublesome. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I misinterpret that, Tom. Yeah, an anchor would sink you. I know. That would be funny. And believe it or not, even with this recent move in Tesla, right, there's still a head and shoulders. You know, if we look at the Tesla daily, Tesla weekly chart, you can actually still see it as well. But there's still a downside target on Tesla, even after this massive extension move that it just had. There's still a downside target on Tesla that could take it to about 90 bucks, 85, 90 bucks. Again, we keep the chart clean and simple. Remove everything. Your head and shoulders pattern lies where? Right here. That's a clear trigger. Weekly close, breakdown. Clear as day to me. You drop your target down to your neckline low here, and look at that, $90 target on Tesla. So I mean, imagine that would be a gift of a buying opportunity. That would be stellar, in my opinion. Qs are just knifing here. QQQ just knifing here. Whoops, sorry guys, I just lost my... Wow, look at that knife down, guys. Alright, QQQ is coming up into a buy zone here, guys. We actually have a bit of a buy range coming up here. Get ready to go along the Qs, guys. We're almost at target. We're almost at this 429.60, 429. I'm going to start inching in right here at this 429.60, guys. Just common shares long. Again, please hit that like button, subscribe, comment. Check out my website. We've entered a couple new trades. We've taken monster profits as of late. And we're still looking to make more money in this market. Each and every day we're here. Eli Lilly. If anyone's still holding that Eli Lilly short, I mean, look at you. Look at you go. Eli Lilly just getting wrecked. Wrecked. Look at that. Almost completing its downside move. So again, I'm looking at a bounce level here on the Qs, guys. We are getting a bounce, but it's still not at my level yet. I still think that there might be one more little flush into this range where I'm going to start a common shares long position. If you're looking for calls, I think, you know, if we flush into this 429 range, 430 calls should work out. 431 calls are a maybe. A maybe. It's more aggressive, but maybe 431s could work out. That's why I'm not really too confident with the options plays at the moment, just with where we are in the market. So I'm just going to be playing common shares long, okay, off this zone. Starter position. Okay, get ready. We are coming down into target, guys. Microsoft still bleeding, as you can see. Here we go. Come on, Qs. Come on down a little bit more. Tesla still weakening. Nvidia coming in. All right, guys. QQQ is almost at target. 429.63 gets me interested. 429.63 gets me interested for a starter position, guys. Starter position. Come on, we're almost there. All right, guys, I got filled there. 429.63. It tapped that zone. 429.63. It did tap that zone. Starter position. Next ad is basically down here, 429.26. We are going through that at the moment. All right, guys, I just got filled on the second entry there, 429.26. 429.26. Second entry long the Qs, guys. My average is sitting here at 429.45. Next entry on the Qs is here at 428.76. Okay. So 429.45 average on the Qs. We're long. We're looking for a bounce. We have a half position. Next ad is all the way down here at 428.76. Basically 50 cents lower. And then another 40 cents lower from there. If need be. If need be. Big breakdown coming into the market. Nice job, Michael. Chris is saying VIX is highly suspicious. Its lack of movement. Yeah, the VIX is actually green right now. The VIX is green, though. What type of a profit target am I looking on this trade? Just again, using a simple fib retrace from that high pivot sell-off. Minimum 236, so 429.85, but probably looking for a move up to this 382. Again, this is a moving target because we have to adjust based off of where we kind of bottom out here. Microsoft still trickling. Big bounce starting to come into the Qs, guys. This is where the bulls should start to step up. I am still seeing Tesla extremely heavy. Google's still coming down. Meta's still trying to curl up. Nvidia's now at 870, 180. That's coming down back in its hourly chart consolidation pattern. Intel coming down. Lilly's trying to stabilize at the 382. PayPal's seeing some weakness. SMCI, that's gone negative. AMD's gone negative. Yep, those 433 puts are printing, Ram. Good job, good job. All right, QQQ's bouncing here, guys. Let's see what type of price action we can get to the upside. Big bounce coming in the Qs. We're in the money now. QQQ long, we're in the money. Again, I'm looking for target 1, 429.85. Target 2 though is my bigger profit target. Okay. Microsoft still really not participating much. Qs are still trying to make another push here, guys. We're long, we're strong. Let's see if we get any sort of a rally here. Again, I'll look to fully exit the trade around this 382. I may take profits if we start moving up into this fib level, or this whole number at 430. There will be some resistance at 430. So at around 430, I may sell a little bit at 430 and then all of it at this 382. As of now, we're slightly green in the driver's seat, looking for further upside. Nice little move. All right, I'm going to sell a third of the position at 430, guys. Hole number 430. I'm going to move my stop to break even. We're seeing Apple trying to catch a bid, Google, Meta trying to catch a bid. Nice job, Michael. 229 call close, 29%. Ram seeing one more big flush coming in the Qs, potentially. Potentially. But we are hitting decent support here on the Qs. Nvidia is now trying to bounce as well. I have 100 shares long on the Qs. Mindfulness. And that's a half position for the day. That's a half position. Qs are seeing some more selling through Microsoft. So my first entry was 50 shares, my second entry was 50 shares. So 100 total on the Qs. Alright, QQQ coming up into that first profit target, 430. Again, 430 is profit target 1. And then I'm looking for profit target 2 at that 430.30 zone. Microsoft still waning here, guys. Coming down on the Qs. QQQ coming down sharply at the moment. Still seeing Microsoft looking heavy. Tesla's trying to find a little bit of a bottom. Same thing with Meta. Tesla down 4.7. Nvidia down half. Microsoft down 1.3. It's always tough for the indices to try to bounce when Microsoft is just getting lagging. All right, so more buyers are stepping up here. Again, we're still long the Qs. Average 429.45, half position. Again, Bitcoin's trying to hold 61,000. It's now coming down to test that again. So it's tested it, really today it's tested it now once, twice, 3 times, and it's actually held on all 3 attempts. So this is where you could start to see Bitcoin at least find some intraday support and hold here. Obviously, if the Qs start breaking down, then that's another problem for another day. But Bitcoin is trying to stabilize here. The Dixie, the problem is that's still strong above 106, which is forcing the markets lower. QQQ's peeling away some more now, guys. Qs are coming down some more. Again, next ad level in our QQQ long position is 428.76 and then 428.36. Microsoft new lows. Microsoft is definitely weighing in on things at the moment. Good to see that the Qs are still holding its low of day as Microsoft is trying to go lower. It's a sign that Microsoft could pop at some point. But definitely a lot of sell side pressure coming back into the tape. Qs are now trying to push up again. Apple now curling down. Same thing with Amazon, Google. Nvidia trying to stabilize though. Qs were still long and strong. The Qs. What's Chris saying? Going long on CGC here at 8:30. So CGC long at 8:30, eh, Chris? Let's look at CGC. It's currently trading at 826. Down on the session, had a high wick all the way up to 870-ish. Oil's actually starting to bounce. Now, guys, I don't like the fact that oil's bouncing. That's not a good sign. I'm actually going to get out of these this trade on the Qs, guys. I'm going to take a break even. A break even. I just stopped out of the QQQ trade. I sold it for a break even. I don't like the fact that oil's starting to catch a little bit of momentum bounce here. That's going to put additional pressure on the equity markets. So I'm out of my QQQ long position for basically a break even. I don't like what oil's doing. That's going to likely have to press the dollar higher. Alright guys, so back into cash for the day trades at this point in time. Look at oil's bounce. And what I don't like about oil bouncing like this is that it's not like the dollar's faded at all. I mean, the dollar, if anything, is actually pushed and made higher highs, applying more pressure to the commodity markets, but oil's really not responding. So I don't like that oil's getting a really big bounce off of the lows here. You can see that it's trying to recapture and retest a lot of its down move, you know. That's typically not a positive sign for equities. You know, look at that, oil hitting a low of 80.60 and now bouncing. It's recaptured 50% already. And this could be a little bit of a bear wedge that's now forming if you break these little pivots. Qs are obviously getting a bounce here, but I'm just playing it more cautiously. Chris is back to green on CGC. That's up a little bit here. So he entered at 830, pretty much at the low of this range. Tesla, new lows. Microsoft at the lows, Google at the lows, Meta off the lows, Amazon at the lows. Microsoft is now trying to catch a bit of a bid, so that could help the Qs, but not your best pattern here. So you've had your big down move on the Qs, a little bit of a bounce right to your 236 fib, but now this is bearish consolidation. It's all in the lower 25% of this huge down move, and you can see you're breaking down yet again. So I mean, the fact that the Qs had a minor bounce here does suggest more downside. I mean, this downside move could take us all the way down to about 426 today. Look at that breakdown. That was the right sell. That was the right sell in our QQQ position, guys. Sometimes break-evens are the best. But just with this little bear flag breakdown, we're looking at a target of about 426.75 or so. Alright guys, it's now, since I'm in cash and we're not managing any trades at the moment, I am going to take a little bit of a break. I am going to grab some food and eat. I'll come back refreshed, ready to tackle the second half of the afternoon trading session. To sum things up, markets had a bullish gap up. Data came out at 8:30, it squashed the markets, turned it negative in the pre-market. Yields spiking higher ahead of FOMC, dollar spiking higher ahead of FOMC. Not a positive sign for the equity markets. Gold, silver, Bitcoin, commodity-based stocks are telling us that an equity sell-off was about to happen, which is why we went short a couple names. Obviously, we played some relative strength in PayPal. But it's been a pretty good session for us. Big win on Tesla short that we swung through yesterday, so nice job if you took that with us. Big win on PayPal. Big win on Eli Lilly. Small loss on the QQQ call options earlier. And a small loss on the Nvidia. Very minuscule losses on the session with big wins. So congrats on the trades today. Let's see if we can get some more trades in the afternoon session. As of now, it is looking like, again, the level that the market needs to recapture to turn slightly more bullish is if you take this down move, just this recent down move, your first Fibonacci level, your 429.86, that's where the bulls need to start to recapture in order for a potential trend reversal. As of now, things are in bearish environment and looking to go lower. These previous buys are no longer there. The pattern that we've triggered based off of this little bear flag has a downward move all the way to 426.70-ish. Where does that take us? Well, it simply takes us right back to this neckline. Pivot, pivot, pivot. That's your inverse head and shoulders neckline that it's telling us that we're retesting to. So that would be a clinical back test, and that would be definitely a buying opportunity if we flush into there. Until now, as long as we stay underneath this 236, it's a short the pop environment. I repeat, a short the pop environment, especially since we factor in the Dixie is still managing to press higher here. Okay? Alright guys, on that note, I'm going to step away, get some food. Any final questions, put them in the chat now. And hopefully you all trade safely. Keep in mind there's going to be a lot of opportunity tomorrow. So make sure you protect your capital today so that you can execute those opportunities tomorrow. There's going to be better trading opportunities likely tomorrow with the increased FOMC volatility event. Cat went down nicely. Yep, it did. Kitty cat, meow meow. Let's take a look at cat. Yeah, nice decline on Caterpillar there. And again, another stock that is sensitive to the environment of interest rates as well as GDP growth. Since we've gotten our revised GDP numbers falling and higher inflation readings, cat's been under pressure. I mean, the Dixie's now at an important level. We start getting above this red bar high. You can see that red bar high is sitting right there at that 106.08. We start getting above that, and it's potentially a really large breakout that could be unfolding. QQQ getting a nice sizable bounce at the moment as the Dixie softens here a touch. Again, your big level for the bulls, they need to recapture this 236. Alright guys, I'm going to step away. I'll be back for the afternoon session. And please just trade smartly. Bart's looking at a PayPal long again. I closed that one, Bart, myself. But definitely in terms of relative strength, if the market starts to firm up, PayPal should catch a bid. It should catch a bid if the market firms up. But right now the market's in a bit of a downtrend. All sectors are red. Even healthcare has turned red. You have all indices red, so just be careful. Just be careful. Dixie strong, yield strong, VIX green, gold, silver down. So everything is pointing to lower price action. But just be careful with this market. All right, guys, we'll see you in a bit.
Topward to it.
Oh, Meta! I told you if it broke fucking view up, it would go to 433. Look at that candle. Ugh.
There's a nice hammer on the 30-minute. We'll see if it holds.
Oh, Jesus, Meta. You
He probably needs to stop ripping too.
I'm actually long M at 36 in my personal account. I might get stopped. I sold half of it. I might get stopped out at break even. But
Google just made it.
I'll try to buy it again if it gets back into the 20s. Trying to hold some here.
Oh, wow. I can't believe that thing just knifed straight through it. It gave no candle confirmation. You would have to have followed into that. Down we go. And there's 433 on Meta.
Is the market falling?
It's at 45.
And Meta should bounce here.
Quit playing games with my heart.
I think they hold here, but playing defense.
I need to take one more little dip. Pick me up.
I'd love to see it. That dip could get a little ugly though if they hit it one more time. QQQ's got a nice hammer too. If it breaks its lows, I think we got a hold here.
I hope so. What time is it? Oh, it's noon. Yeah. That means my trading window is closed.
Oh my god, look at Pan W coming back during lunch right now. Shit. She wants to go.
Discipline. Slow down, wait. Where's Mara? Where's ANF? Mara.
Dixie's about to check out Friday's high.
Oh, I gotta go switch out my ice pack. Oh, Em, you want me to tell you the story real quick in like a few words?
Yeah.
On one of the worst pains I had felt. You know when you get kicked in the balls, you feel it like in your lower abdomen, and it doesn't go away for a while?
Yeah.
Especially like when you get, if you ever played soccer, you get hit by the soccer ball in the nuts. Like,
Yeah, you're getting me flashbacks right now.
yeah, right? Anyways, the needle didn't numb everything 100%. So when he opened up the area to go inside and he had to burn something off, I felt that. That was one of the weirdest
obviously, with that sound.
Don't do that.
Wait, that was a little wrong. I meant to press the screen.
I mean, they both work.
Shark, you trying to go for a walk?
Oh yeah.
Do you ever put positions on when you're walking?
Nah.
No.
I'm just like I wanted to go and try to get in. Where is it now?
48.
Yeah. But it's just like I think who was Paul? He was just like, we got the clouds and the earnings. It's lunchtime. I don't want to get in trouble. So if I come back and it's still in this area, then I'll try to see what the new Google is going to do. I didn't sleep that well either last night, so I'm also trying to keep that in mind that again, not at my best performance. So
Oh, I slept like a baby last night. Oh my god.
there you go.
Not needed it. All right, 52. Come on, get away from this area. Get up. There we go.
You salty bitch.
Keep going, baby.
I'm only one, Frank. Inverse head and shoulders might do it.
I'm long less than you are, but I just wanted to go 100 points.
I mean, I'm here for it if it happens, but jeez.
Mark this high. Mark this high on Q's.
Oh my god.
Oh, we're testing it right here. I just marked the level.
Give me a 200-point trade on this to make up for it easily.
Oh, there's the right shoulder.
Dirty.
So now we need to what level? I'm gonna say here. Yeah, I still think it's gonna be tricky because 430 psych level's right above on QQQ. So the trend line lines up around 429.45, like 50 area on QQQ.
Come on, Bitcoin. Break.
Which is the 21 EMA, and it just tapped it and rejected. So if it breaks above that, 429.70, that would be like confirmation or potential target to go upside. But QQQ 430 cycle level is right above, so. I think they might pin it and chop it between these two spots.
Shut up.
125 here. PayPal chopping, still holding yesterday's high. Celsius gave some back. God, PanW, that entry off of yesterday's low after that morning dip, that was fire. I'm not in it no more, but
Oh man.
All right, here we go. 3-minute 21 EMA test again for this shoulder.
Nvidia.
Popping. Yep. Broke straight through the wedge.
Guys, we do have a bit of an inverse head and shoulders here trying to trigger on the QQQ chart.
433, almost to the penny. Bounced right back up.
Nice little breakout rounding formation. QQQ is firming up.
Was curling as well.
S&P hourly chart back testing this previous little support zone and holding the time being. This is a positive sign. If the S&P can hold this 506, this 506.49, 506.50 area, that's a positive sign.
Now 429.70 has to break. Listen to Shark and go step away from the computer for a little bit. Go enjoy the weather.
Quieter when I get
yes, sir, go enjoy.
I'm gonna drop down and come back.
So, I always shut down the computer, but I still have my phone on me, so I'm still gonna hang out on Spaces with you guys. But nothing's happening right now, so time to go get some grub.
Ew. What's up? So who killed the market? Nice shit.
J-Pow and Amazon, second on AMD, second on the
So was this the Yellen talk today that killed it? Did she talk already?
get them on boo.
You like your boo?
Guys, I'll be back. I gotta make a couple calls.
Alright. You call me? Am I on the list? I will get a call from Uncle Frank now. Whatever.
Here.
I know, Shark. Did you play any shorts, bro, after I left?
No, I did one long trade for a win, and then I had two.
Well, the short from 890 is still pissing me off that I missed that. Yeah, that's 100 points. And then again at 8.7. And then again at 8.20. God damn. I love you too.
Mindfulness wanting to take a look at RCL.
There's the 429.70 on QQQ. So it broke above the trend line and made the inverse head and shoulders, and we're above the 9 EMA. But this is the biggest spot, in my opinion, for 29.70 with 430 cycle level above. It really needs to break above that to get any kind of continuation to go higher.
No, you got 40 price.
Going without me.
Alright, so mindfulness, you're looking at a short on RCL here. Let me just turn down this other background speaker. Definitely a strong chart. Obviously, let's just try to identify some resistance levels. That's the first trend line I see that we've tapped off and sold off numerous of times. So you can still see we're a little bit of ways away from tapping that. So maybe just a little bit more of a push and a continuation move in this name. Getting to form a very tight upsloping wedge pattern that typically results in lower price action. But right now you are above this massive previous sell side pressure. Going all the way back to 2018, 2020. COVID crash there. I mean, if you want to start shorting it here, it's not a bad area. I'm not opposed to it. You have some divergences on the weekly chart. Nice divergence on the daily chart. Definitely extended. I mean, if you're a stickler for price, you probably wait for about 145. But yeah, in this range, not a bad potential short area. You know, just keep a tight stop loss on it. Understand your risk, whether it's a couple percent to the upside. You know, you can clearly see there's still about another potential 2% rally. But just understand that, you know, if you start building a bullish pattern here and just consolidating sideways, then this one could pop more. Very strong uptrend. You know, it's bounced pretty sharply off of the lows. You know, it's actually bounced much sharper than the market, so it's showing relative strength. But obviously you haven't confirmed the daily chart breakout out of this pivot yet. You're trying to do so though. So just keep, you know, maybe a 3 or 4% risk on this trade. I wouldn't let it go more against you than that if you're looking to short RCL. But it's still a tough short. Still a tough one. Strong earnings. You're welcome. You're welcome.
And then Celsius, I took 20 cons on that, but that's normal. Like, not, you know, and that's not like I'm sizing crazy to get that.
What is our old buddy Celsius doing today?
Coming back to the lows a bit. It's making a higher low intraday so far, but it's not really doing too much. I caught the good move. It could, I'm watching the daily though. If it gets bought up and closes decently strong, it's not as bearish as I think it might look. Like, because if you look at the daily right now, it definitely does look like a little bear flag lower high off the 0.5 fib, but
where it held is also decent too, like a
that
68-ish.
like we were trying to trigger the short today. Like, because that candle, when it was fully red, it looked like this was going to the dumps, but they're buying it up, so which is good, healthy to me.
Yeah, well, a quick note to self.
Yeah.
If you book an international trip, make sure you ain't going over your credit limit, bro.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, bro, because I've been flying so much, bro, and I still got bills from the last couple flights that
Yeah.
I'm like, working through. My international trip costs like 21 G's. My credit card probably
Buddy.
I gotta go to 5 countries.
Put that shit on the points.
That first class Emirates over to India is going to be a hell of a price tag.
I was gonna say, if you just get the Amex card, there's no credit limit. They're just fucking. You're using all your points on that, huh?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh no.
I'm not paying a dime out of this. This is not
Oh, good.
Nope.
Good shit.
No, I'm not using points. I'm collecting points off of this. The company's picking this up. I'm not
There
paying
you go.
But my limit's max from all the last trips, so I had to up it now.
Yeah, I had to up the limit, you know. No,
I used to work in aerospace for Boeing and shit like that, so I know too much about it, but that limit was ridiculous.
So now on this cashback card, instead of a $4,800 limit, I have a 68. Let's go.
There you go.
Take that. I'll still never spend on you because Amex doesn't make me a limit. That's nice though. Moving up the ranks. Now he's got to get to fucking 800 credit score. Almost there. Panda, you gonna do it, baby? How do I raise my line of credit on current card? Just go to the app, go to the website. Yeah. It'll say credit line increase somewhere. You put in how much you make, how much your housing payment is every month, and they'll decide whether they want to raise you or not. The last time I only got raised $500. They raised me $2,000 right now. It's like, yeah. So yeah, you can do it. Anybody can do it. Just go on your app, credit line increase, see if you can do it.
Don't do too many at once, it hurts your score.
Credit line increase?
Yeah, it does. Don't do too many at once.
You will not get a hard inquiry for that, though.
You won't, but it will impact your score negatively.
I guess if you're trying to up it like constantly and you just
Yeah,
up
because
it,
Tesla, if it gets over 186.
they want to see your stability with an increase, and then the stability again with another increase related amount of time, not all at once, because then they start thinking you're trying to make some big purchases, you're going to be over levered.
yeah, they won't even raise you multiple times. Like I've tried to do it after like a few weeks. You gotta wait like a month or two before you can even increase it again. Shout out credit cards though. Don't be scared of them. Or do, and I'll just reap the benefits. It's fine. But there's no reason to be scared of credit cards, people. Don't let the world josh you.
Just learn what you're doing and create, just like you do in trading, create a system.
Create a system, manage your shit correctly.
Trouble. Oh boy.
So nice technical breakdown there in the Qs, getting wrecked, losing that inverse head and shoulders. Notice how you're still consolidating in the lower 25% of this down move. That's your typical bear flag. The fact that we struggled bouncing off of this 236 and recapturing it, we struggled on the first pivot here, got rejected. Now if you extend this to the low of day, we're obviously struggling yet again at that same resistance, getting rejected. This is a failed breakout potential on the QQQ. A lot of people were piling in on the inverse head and shoulders, but the fact that we were able to establish ourselves past this 236, we're going lower, guys. Again, remember, this downside bear flag could take us all the way down to here, 426.70. I'd be a massive buyer at that level for a day trade.
Struggling, but she's hitting though. Oh, now are we finally gonna come down? After that, I'm not quite as excited to buy a downturn as I was while ago.
Paul is saying, looking at snow. Snowflakes looking interesting for a swing long. Let's take a look at Snowflake QQQ new low of day. Snowflake down a little bit today. Yeah, Snowflake's just stuck in a little bit of a bear range here. definitely interesting because it is trying to carve out a base here. First things first, right away I am seeing that a little bit of this breakout attempt here. Pivot high, pivot high, pivot high, pivot low, pivot low. You do have that gap fill at 152.40. But new lows on the Qs, guys. New lows on the Qs. Quite extraordinary.
Stay under.
I'd wait a little bit on the Snowflake. It's going to trade with the market. It's actually performing better than the actual market right now. Just in the near term. But I'd wait. I'd at least wait to gap fill. That's where I'd be potentially a buyer. Potentially.
Oh no, we picked up my orders.
I do have a fib here on SPY. This morning it rejected the point.
Look at this, guys. Nice sell-off occurring.
If you draw daily,
That gap fill in snow is the 50% retrace. Thank you, Paul. That would probably be at a good entry point. Obviously, depending where the market is. So, guys, now we look for,
236, it's at 50112.
since we're selling off even more now we can extend this fib level down. Once we start to bottom here in the Qs and find some buyers just like we did here, we wait and see. Do we get a bounce that captures us and pushes us above the first simple retrace? So just keep extending this down until we find some buyers. And the big thing we watch for is if the market can get back above the first Fibonacci retrace, then we can start trending. But until we start establishing ourselves above that first fib retrace, the market is more likely to head to its target down here.
Oh my gosh.
That's why I was not as excited this time around.
Look at that.
Made a 30-minute down prediction.
And I mean, you look at what Microsoft has been doing all day. Remember how those bear flags we were discussing early on? That just keeps working out. You know, bear flag after bear flag after bear flag. Look at this. Bear flag, break. Bear flag, break. So we keep seeing more weakness from the world's largest company, and it has negated pretty much everything here. Yeah, keep that eye on that gap fill for Snowflake for sure.
Uh-oh. Little bouncy bounce back to the 50. Left. Dude, where's Frank? I want to stare at that pit, dude. Dude, that pit, dude. Such a good shot. I mean, I wonder if he took that photo. I think he did.
Yeah, I think he said he did.
That's his photo, isn't it? I mean, dude, that is just fucking barrels.
He's over there by his house too.
Dude, that's in New Jersey. Yeah. It might only happen like once every 2 years that it actually looks like that, but when it does, oh my god, that place is going wrong. And there's nobody there. You're just surfing with the dolphins and seals out there. That's it.
Nat Gas getting sold into today, down 2%.
Good. Robinhood Connect is now available on
So Microsoft, SMCI, Qs, they're still getting bludgeoned here. Dixie back at the highs of the session, guys. So the Dixie is continuing to weaken here. Look at Microsoft continuing to come down. You can see the Qs are still falling here. Again, I've got the QQQ chart up. We got the 1 minute chart and the hourly chart. Hourly chart, it's been a nice downtrending session. Obviously, the level we're watching here on the hourly chart is a back test to your neckline of your inverse and this gap fill. I still like this 382 as a buyable opportunity, but still around that 426. A pierce of 426 gets me definitely interested. Qs are just getting bludgeoned here, guys. Bludgeoned, bludgeoned, bludgeoned. All right.
Nice.
Drill it. Hey, we're actually getting a decent, intraday trend on SPY. It started off rough, but there's moves happening, man.
Members, anyone still on the stream? I just covered my Google short position, typing the alert as we speak.
We were talking about this downside potential QQQ 427. This area here.
Just took profits on my Google short for a lovely 8%. That was a 3-day swing trade. We netted 8% in 3 days on Google, and that was a nice size. Again, I love shorting mega caps off of earnings gap ups. No one's buying them out.
She just kept buying me, really. Anybody any low ding? I do kind of have a level right here. But I'm not as excited about it.
Qs are trying to stabilize here a bit, guys. Still no long signal for me. I'm looking at this long level down in this Pierce of 426 gets me highly interested for a long day trade. So until we hit that level, I'm just going to remain off to the sidelines in cash. We've already taken 5 trades today. The majority of those are winners, so we are rolling in profits today, and I don't want to wreck that ahead of FOMC because I know there will be other opportunities.
It's not an awful spot for that reaction. But also, don't like catching nines. Oh, again, it's that time where I gotta go for the old college try. Oh, here comes AMD joining the party.
Sharky, I'm pulling up the online Magic 8 Ball to see if you should buy them right now. Okay, you ready? Alright, let's do it. Should Sharky buy the dip right now? Question mark. Shake 8 Ball, let's go, baby. Ooh, it said outlook not so good.
So don't do it. Don't do it. Your first expression you had, you were like, ooh, and then it sounded like you were gonna be like, said yes.
Maybe we hold off, you know? Magic 8 Ball's not really feeling it, you know? This is about to be our new indicator.
Yeah, you know, we could come down a little bit more. Starter.
If it rips from here and this is low a day, we're gonna constantly fade.
It's a good question. I'm not too sure why there's a big discrepancy between the NDX today and the Qs. I do see what you're looking at, so I'm not too sure. Interesting observation. I don't know if it means much, but
505. What are we on MAQ?
definitely could affect some of the support and resistance levels, for sure.
685.
Look at this weak bounce that we're getting. I mean, there's really no bounce. That's telling us that, you know what, we're probably going to go lower.
Lower though to more towards that. What is that? Like 660, 670 on MAQ. Ouch. My mama couldn't get through to me. Something like it's just.
Jordan.
What's up, baby?
Do you remember earlier when I said the level on QQQ was 429 or 70? It had to get above.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you see the candle?
I am.
Do you see that candle at 1220 on QQQ where it rejected?
Yeah. Wow, get back to my chart. Yeah. 1220, 1220.
Scarpy can't hear.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. I see exactly what you're talking about. Absolutely.
It might be a low. It's a low. We might be outside the normal rate. Okay. Well, thank you. So that while ago and you can't hear me.
Yeah, QQQ rejected that spot perfectly.
That'll dash ball.
And I'll bring it
Somebody
back.
Yeah, let me drop down. Somebody tell Sharky I was telling him that like.
Yeah,
5-10
I'm
minutes
telling
ago.
you that. Oh, Sharky did it today.
Okay, I'll stop. Oh, I can't hear MP either.
Oh my god. And
Okay,
my fleet.
I'll do it too. Nah, I'll drop
Oh
down.
my god, everybody's gone.
was trying to tell you a while ago and you couldn't hear me. It's fine.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Great minds think alike.
Yes, sir, they do. Oh, yeah, you know what? We should get that video up on top. I missed it.
Oh, in the broadcast, yeah. I agree. Jordy, I did an unplanned face reveal yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I saw on the live stream. I tuned in for a minute. I was listening to you guys.
Hell yeah, appreciate you stopping by. Dude, that platform's really cool.
That's dope.
And it's so much different, like, you hear, like, us talk about it, like, maybe post screenshots, but when you actually, like, see a walkthrough or, like, a live demo of something, it's so much different.
That's dope.
Alright. Oh, God.
Okay, I can hear him now.
Good.
We're all good. Weather's coming back. Yeah, but no, that level on QQQ rejected perfectly. Last downside.
Yeah, I couldn't recapture that damn thing.
Yeah, it's 5507. I was worried about, yeah. Just rip.
Well, we're about to find out.
I'm gonna start the morning off with some fucking cereal. You know, the last time I ate cereal? Only a year. We're gonna do it.
Cereal's the best food to eat when you're high on marijuana.
Well, I'm not currently high on marijuana. I don't allow myself to do that during the day anymore. But, you know, this Captain Crunch is still gonna slap. I know it.
Captain Crunch.
I mean, really, you can still say stay short under 17 cents a third.
It's tough. I have a level on QQQ right here, but I'm watching a video with no strength. AMD's right at the lows. It just fell. Amazon's a little bear flaggy. Google's making new lows. Microsoft really not doing anything productive yet.
I'm kind of glad I got caught a little bit, but I got stopped pretty quick.
Nvidia
How you guys
falling wedge though into a double bottom.
You guys long here?
I mean, I was thinking about it, but I was just saying, like, as long as we stay under the 700, it's kind of.
Is he?
I have a level here, Frank. I just I almost want to wait for something to turn the corner a little bit. I mean,
Yeah.
you can do a little starter here, but I just took a little bit of a shot in the 20s when I got those ads. Or well, it turned into a new position instead of ads because of the bounce we had a while ago.
Yeah. Mindfulness meditation asking, is there a potential head and shoulders on the Disney daily chart? Let's take a peek.
I'm gonna start.
So again, Disney part of the communication basket. Obviously, communication stocks have been under pressure really since Meta reported, and then obviously with Google's reaction to gapping up to the upside, it's pretty much been faded since the earnings gap up. Disney, I see what you're looking at. So you definitely have a nice solid left shoulder. You have your head. This right shoulder's a little bit weak. You know, it's not really that impressive of a formation, but I could see you giving it the benefit of the doubt. Really, your neckline would be this trend line from your left shoulder pivot to your right shoulder pivot. That could be a neckline, so that's valid. Now, it's only valid if we trigger the downside move. So downside move, if we break that neckline, puts Disney into about that, just basically under 100, back into that gap fill. So, I mean, there is some validity to the pattern, for sure. I wouldn't cancel it outright, but it's only valid until we trigger this neckline. And that takes us down to about 96.91. Pretty interesting area. Let's see if there's any sort of a fib retrace level that coincides with that 96.61 area. So again, we throw that up. Yeah, take a look at that. So right by near that downside target You have a big 618 fib level sitting. Also happens to be a retrace and then your breakaway move. So yeah, there's some validity there. There's definitely some validity there to Disney. But it only once it triggers the neckline, then you look for a bit of a continuation short. Okay. So again, still a very weak bounce in the markets considering the oversold condition. Not many buyers stepping up into these risk assets. You can see the trend line of rejection that the S&P got rejected off of. Not a healthy thing to see if you're betting on the long side of this market. Obviously, people are waiting for that FOMC decision. We do have a channel that we're kind of chopping in the near term on the SPY. Big gap fill level. Sitting down here on that 503.50 zone. Qs are getting a nice sizable bid.
And we get back over 700. Pump it up. Ooh, Apple, hello.
So really sizable bounce coming back into the markets.
We held right on the QQQ level I had, 127.5. Here we go. I like what I'm seeing. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up.
Did you hear the Kendrick death back? Euphoria?
Oh, I'm not.
Our boy Gustavo says there's no one gonna talk about how Kendrick cooked Drake, bro. I just respectfully disagree. He said a few things that were kind of hard, but like again, the song is too sweet. It's too nice. Drake was
Pull it up.
mean with it. I don't know, and it's partially another reason that I'm probably like Drake's diss more is because he actually sounds better in it versus Kendrick's voice. Like he sounds so.
But the No Diddy
In
song
my
that came
opinion,
out.
that was a pretty trash diss.
Final Trade
The beat was pretty solid though.
RTX.
When did that even come out, the Euphoria?
In
Just
Howard.
now?
In Howard. At least it's on YouTube it came out. Dude, that shit was mid. That was a mid diss in my opinion. So not good. I don't know, Em. You be the judge and let me know. There was a few bars in there for sure, but like, bruh, not, dude, Diddy. I mean, Drizzy put it on him, bruh.
Yeah, like.
I mean, I don't
You
know.
gotta come back with something exceptional.
You gotta
get
come
cooked
back with
twice.
something absolutely exceptional. It's just, yeah.
Bro, he used AI voices of West Coast legends to cook you. Like, you gotta come back with something strong here.
I liked how he did the beat switch though. At first it was really sweet. I'm like, bro, this is a diss.
That's
And
where
then
I'm at
the
right
beat
now.
dropped and it got a little better. I was like, all right, but like still not
too. Pull that up.
That orb is beautiful, Casey.
Oh, it's so freaking awesome. This is my favorite indicator.
And like I always say, I like the 30 minutes. So like I just go to little settings, save it as 30 minutes, and it marks those high and lows for me perfectly. You look at the rejections, and even the bounce we got at like 10, 20-ish.
Yeah.
Lower orb.
MOSS got halted.
Guys, let's just pull up MSOS here. I'm not too sure what's going on.
Got too high.
It's looking like it's... Whoa, look at that, guys. I didn't even realize. No one told me that marijuana's going crazy here, guys. Canopy growth ripping. Holy moly. Look at the rip on Canopy and MSOS stocks, guys. Look at this. Halted as the market's down. But Canopy and Aurora going pretty insane. So marijuana stocks getting a nice facelift here. A really big facelift, actually. Canopy growth continuing to surge. Is now up to $9.45, up 13%. MSOS has been halted. Take a look at Canopy and Aurora. They are printing right now. I don't know if there's news across the marijuana. But just like that, we were discussing those MSOS calls earlier, and they just got halted. So let's see what type of action we're going to get here in MSOS. That was a big green bar to the upside, and a halt to the upside is probably going to equate to more upside in this name. So let's see where they halt us. If they halt us up again. Again, I have $12 calls, as well as some common shares. Qs are making new lows, so I'm interested to see where this MSOS opens up. It is currently halted. Canopy right now. Canopy as well, still showing some strength. Yep, Chris is laughing. Chris called it out here. Chris did call it out. Canopy exploding. Well done, Chris. Laura saying apparently DA came through on pot. How far to let it run? Yeah, let it run. You're getting a halt to the upside on these ETFs, which means that you're going to have some other institutional players and bigger retail players still probably pile in. You know, this is strength in a weak market. You have Canopy up 15.5% in a weak market, guys. So this name could easily be going for a breakout here. I'd let it run. Obviously, paring back some profits off of a pop like this is the prudent thing to do. Typically, you always want to sell into the news, especially if you entered at 8:30, Chris. You're laughing. I mean, 8:30 you're up tremendously off that 8:30 level. You know, a nice 15%. That's a home run hit on a day trade. That's a home run hit. You can't get a cleaner hit than that, Chris. So well done. Yep, MSOS is halted. MSOS or MSOS. Halted, which means that the MJ ETF is probably also halted. Let's see. Still seeing Canopy and Aurora strong. You can see that MJ is actually trading right now. It's trading at 420, up 9.66%. But I'm going to see how this MSOS opens up because it's actually underperformed some of the marijuana stocks. But a halt at the high, 940, breaking out of a range. It's looking fairly strong to continue higher. You know, your resistance on MSOS is sitting in this 990 area. You have a little bit of an hourly gap fill sitting just above $10. And then once you clear that 990 area, I mean, and this little downsloping trend line, it looks like you're probably going to want to try to break out here. Qs are still coming in. So the big question is, can it hold these gains once it opens up? Still seeing Canopy pushing. Canopy's up 15, Aurora's up 11.7.
Yeah, it's seeming
The 2 times daily. Oh, MSOX is not halted. Thanks, Laura. I didn't even realize there was a 2 times daily. Wow. Look at that, guys. Whoa, I think MSOS opened back up here. Yep, look at MSOS, guys. It got halted at 940, and it's back open again. Look at that gap up from that 940. What a gap up. Holy.
Dude, yeah, like initial reaction was probably worse. I listened to it twice. I need to listen to it where I can actually hear it a little bit better. But
Members, if we hit $12 on MSOS, I will be taking profits on those calls. I repeat.
that was not no heat.
Do you guys want to hear when I get into a big position?
We're running common shares at $9.99
You know what I mean?
with members, and we just got halted, I believe, again. Members were up 9%. This is good to see.
Scary, like I hammered it at 20. Fucking hammered it.
Only fucking hammered it, baby.
And covered at the
Up 20% on MSOS. It's still printing, guys.
shots, you know what I mean? But I just feel like it's trending here.
That's where I trend. It's funny.
Yeah. Alright, I'll let you know. I just don't want to fucking, because you guys are gonna trade more like MSOS. You know,
I'm playing it so close to the best right here. Down sideways, down sideways.
they got a fucking hole.
Trading here. Holy shit!
What a pump, though, in these marijuana names.
SOS is going nuts.
What's my level on QQQ long level? In around Pierce of 426, I get interested on the long side. I repeat, a Pierce of 426, and I'm interested in on. Look at MSOS, guys. We're now approaching 11.
See what you see though.
Here we go.
Wow.
This is a breakout.
17% on the halt open.
What's the double leverage one you keep talking about?
Look at this daily candle on MSOS. Trying to break out of this high pivot. I mean, it's not stopping if you get a breakout here.
MSOX hitting new highs. MSOS hitting new highs.
23% MSOS.
Look at this move, guys. Holy.
That we could play. Double bottom
Breakout on MSOS is being observed. It's probably going to get halted again.
down there too.
Might get halted again. We were just talking about these calls. Ram, I hope you're still holding yours. Look at this. Alright, guys. Members, if you're in the stream, MSOS, again, halted. If we gap up one more time, I'm going to be taking profits on my common shares. With this halt, we're actually up 12.11% out of nowhere. It's up 24% this ETF, so huge move.
They do that after hours.
But we are halted again.
That's kind of scary actually for after hours, honestly. If one of those reports or two up or bad. Say AMD and SMC.
Good job, Ram. Good job, Chris, for catching that.
To 427, 37.
Yes, we did discuss this morning, Ram. Just like that, our calls are looking juicy. So again, I'm writing common shares along with members at $9.99 on MSOS, and I have $12 calls. May 17th expiry, so at least a few more weeks. Canopy growth right now up 16. Let's see MSOX. Thanks for putting that levered play on my radar there, Laura. I appreciate that very much. Up 59%. That's insanity. That's insanity. Look at this like breakout that MSOX is trying to do. I mean, the crazy thing is you get above this high pivot here. You have two resistance levels that are going to keep this price action at bay for the near term. But we get through this 805. I mean, whew, your next stop is like all the way up to this $13. MSOX still pumping here. Still pumping. Look at this. That means MSOS is just going to fly once it opens again. It has been halted. But look at this. Again, members, the next gap up, I will be looking to take some profits. If we get the next gap up. MSOC still holding.
2x MSOS, and it hasn't halted either. That's why it's continuing to do this.
What a crazy move. Yep, huge dollars coming. That's right, Chris. That is right. Right as rain. Right as rain.
For me, it's either the 70 area is going to hold, or it could come down to the session of the 26th. It's pretty close. Below. Let's see how big stacks up here in the 1550s.
Bro, Twitch is so cool. I just raided this guy with one viewer on the Stocks and Bonds channel, and apparently it was like his first raid ever, and he's just so stoked. I love that shit, bro. That's so cool. I just took him from one viewer to like 70 viewers. This guy, that's dope. I love it. I love helping people out like that. It's fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. So cool. If any people stream on Twitch in the chat, if it's whether it's video games, stocks, anything, drop me a DM. I'd love to try and tune in to one of your guys' streams. I love the streaming community. It's awesome. So shout out to you.
Qs are getting a big rip. So now if you have the Qs ripping and putting in a little bit of a bottom, and if you have the S&P, these marijuana stocks could even see more liquidity inflows.
Is that buying, Sharky? The fact that I'm reluctant to buy means it's probably a buy. I can see trendiness here, you know? And I've had I want to fucking get all sideways. It's not worth it.
FTA is rescheduling its first hurdle, then safer banking. Cool.
I mean, I'll trade it small.
You got a cushion, you throw on 3.
I don't want to, I don't like, you know, if you start trading into a cushion, it becomes a nightmare. You know, I need it to move drastically from here for it to do anything. You guys have good prices. You're in it in the 80s, right?
I'm not in it.
Yeah. You're flat?
Yeah. I took my scalp up to 20 and runner stopped at a break even. Slight green on the day, but nothing to write home about. Buy my kids a Dia de los Niños present later.
I was trying to get into like a earlier into a long for my personal account, but I used stops and it kept me out of trouble. I know I still have.
Members, I took profits on my MSOS common shares, still riding my $12 calls. Let's see if we can get them in the money. $12 calls. Let's see if we can get $12 calls in the money. Come on.
Where I was long one while ago when it made the pop, I put a stop in profit, so that was a green trade. Then I had the order sitting there in the 20s that immediately got stopped out. That was a red trade, and then this last one put me back. I mean, when I say green, it's like it's green by color. That's about all I'm talking about.
Green by color, yeah.
I mean, like the dollar amounts, like
I've been there. You're like, yeah,
Terribly, but
no,
it's green by color, right?
It's fucking $20, you know.
You know, these stops that I put in.
Thanks for the information, Chris, Paul. Appreciate that.
Oh, it's 75% of the time.
But when you have a system, I mean, that's a really important point, Frank, that we've been making in general. You have a system and you build the risk management into it.
QQQ trying to firm up.
The difference, because you can be wrong 3 times, and the 4th time when you're right, you can still will be the time that it actually reverses and gets over a little bit here, and I'm not in it for once. That's how it goes sometimes.
I know those fair value gaps though in the next couple days. I mean, this is that test I was looking for down to like a lower high from like last week from the ugliness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, a higher low from there will put the market in good condition, but you know that's where I'm looking. You know.
All right, so marijuana stock's cooling down a bit here. You're seeing MSOS big profit taking. I'm still in my $12 calls,
I hate when you like switch charts or time.
but definitely a little bit of profit taking has resumed in these names. There's still a scenario where you're likely going to get a bid.
I have a level drawn here from January and February on QQQ that I just went over to my trading view chart and saw. 427.40.
I still have a line drawn on XOM, my first spot stock ever. I bought it at like $26 or something. I still have the line. I put a line for where my entry was. It's still on my charts to this day. And it just breaks my heart every time I see it. I'm like, wow. Dude, I bought like 50 shares. I was like, hey, that could have been good. That could have been solid.
Chris saying, who and why would anyone sell now? Short squeeze will be crazy. MSOC's pulling back by 20%. That's just profit taking, right? You know, whenever you get a big jump, there's always going to be profit taking. But again, I mean, still technically at some resistance as of now. Market's still weak. You still have FOMC tomorrow. You know, if rate expectations move up, these stocks aren't invincible just because they're getting a news-based pop. Doesn't make them invincible. Doesn't mean they're guaranteed to go higher. You look at Canopy, still hasn't really broken this down-sloping trend line. You get above this area, that's when you're going to start to squeeze. Because you get above this down-sloping breakout on Canopy, you know, you have your next resistance pivot at 19, which is almost a double. That's when the short squeeze starts to rally and happen. Once you clear this little bit of a pivot, you can see Canopy holding very, very well. ACB looking like it's forming bullish price action here, still holding very, very well. MJ, marijuana ETF, this one as well, still looking for a bit of a breakout, hasn't officially done it yet, even though you have the base for it. But we're still just waiting for the true breakout signal. It came very, very close to on MSOS. MSOS is actually one that is trying to break out of its downsloping trend line. So that one's showing some more resiliency. Actually, you can move it to this key trend line. You get a close above this today. You can see the resistance that we're hitting on MSOS. You get a close above that, and it's going to be off to the races for MSOS. Preferably a close above 11, this pivot here.
Like no acceptance back up into previous areas of value.
Just want to make sure that high pivot was actually 1096. So a close above 1096 today on MSOS would be absolutely a potential for triggering a short squeeze. 1096 is kind of your level that you need to watch if you're bullish. That gives us a little bit of a daily chart breakout if we do get there.
That one's gonna go down my little bookmarks.
Yeah, that one hits for sure. That's a good one. Like that.
Oh shit! What's for lunch?
Yeah, I got some. Well, I got tacos. So
I had some orange chicken and rice.
nice, very nice. It's now a bowl of cereal, but that's not really food. I'm definitely still hungry. So
I'm trying a new Celsius.
Again, if this breaks out, you know, if this is a true breakout,
I ordered the bigger cans, the Celsius Essentials.
there's bigger cans.
The upside move on Canopy, well, there's a couple little pivots that we got to watch for. Obviously, this is your big one around that 19. But if we break out and that rescheduling comes in, I'm looking and eyeing up this major gap breakdown. This was what started your really harsh trend. So that's about a $27 target on CGC. You zoom out even more. Just remove everything. Just look how beaten down these are. Now, should marijuana Canopy have been trading all the way up here? Most likely not. But it did. So again, the max, if things go crazy, the max for CGC that I see is up to this 134.90. 134.90. That would be over a couple years if things started to establish. And that would likely be, if the safer banking comes in, more regulation, then you could start to see these names become potential buyout candidates. I still think that there's players in the beverage game, in the alcoholic space, still lurking to potentially take over some of these marijuana stocks. 8.5K trade an hour. Well done, Chris. Well done. Give yourself a pat on the back, a round of applause. Everyone send your tips to Chris. You can thank him for the marijuana trade there. Obviously, we caught a nice little profit on our common shares that we entered a couple weeks back. And I'm still optimistic that these calls can potentially get in the money. Whether or not it happens today, next week, we'll wait and see. I'm bearish small caps. Ram, bearish small caps, bearish the Russell. I would much rather prefer, if I had to pick an indice to go long, it would probably be the S&P. But I'm bearish small caps. With the rate expectations moving higher, I can't be bullish small caps right now. Especially not with the 10-year trading at 4.66, dollar trading at 106.22 and continuing. PayPal starting to move up off the lows. Nvidia catching a micro bid. Apple still trending lower. Meta's curling up. Microsoft trying to stabilize and curl up. All indices down. QQQ down 1.13. Russell's down 1.5. S&P down 0.9. It's a bloodbath on Wall Street. Yes, it is. What's interesting, though, is you've had utilities firm up. They're actually green, and healthcare's just hanging on to some minor gains here at the moment. MSOS trying to make another run here. Bitcoin coming back down. It's now down 5.76%. Apple's down now, negative, down by 0.2. So you're still seeing a lot of selling as we approach the Fed. Even nat gas is getting clobbered back down today. Oil getting hit. Here goes another attempt at marijuana. Look at CGC, guys. CGC is trying to make another ripping rally here. Look at this move on CGC. My, oh my. This thing is becoming a bit of a monster at the moment. I repeat, CGC, bit of a monster. Watch out. Seeing some heavy volume coming in. Again, There's 3 real resistance targets in play right now. Well, actually 4. This downsloping trend line, which we're tagging now. You get through that, you're going to have an immediate quick move back to this high pivot at 1157. You get through that, you're probably going to have a sharp move to 1351. You get through 1351, and I mean, next stop is your 1919 pivot high. This is crazy. CGC's up 24%. I'm just going to adjust this trend line to show the exact pinpoint pivot right there. All right. Let's see if CGC can push up and test this 1060 downsloping trend line. Still a very, very strong stock. Very, very strong. NASDAQ trying to form a bit of a bottom as well. This is technically entering. This is where shorts are going to pound this stock right into this resistance. This is where shorts are going to start nibbling and pounding it, trying to press it lower. So it's a big level because this is where shorts will pound it, but this is also where if we make a meaningful breakout through this area, this is where shorts will start to cover as well. Canopy still pushing. Now up 26%. Aurora's up 17. MSO up 18. And this is all happening in a very, very weak market. Members, if for some reason we get our $12 MSOS calls in the money today, I will be securing profits. Right now we're up slightly. I'm up about 10 cents per contract. My average on those MSOS calls, $12 calls, are at 70 cents. So I was down quite sharply going into this. It was looking like the trade was becoming a loss, and all of a sudden, boom. You get some news and Canopy. And it doesn't take much to move these stocks. These marijuana stocks are pretty low. Pretty low market caps. Doesn't take much liquidity to push these higher. You can see a bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Another attempt on the Qs, guys. Another attempt here on the QQQ. Trying to break out of this little inverted head and shoulders pattern. They've been failing all day. So just recognize that it's tough to chase the breakout buy because the breakout buyers say have been getting wrecked all day long. All day long. You look at it here. If you were a breakout buyer here, you got wrecked. If you were a breakout buyer here, you got wrecked. So just be cautious. Yes, we're more oversold, but they've been roping people in on the breakouts and then selling right into it. I still have lower price action to come, although we'll see if the markets can firm up here. All right, so nice amount of profits taken there on CGC MSOS with members. If you're interested in all of my swing trading alerts, take a look at tradingcapital.ca. I post a daily analysis video every single day for my members. You get insights to all of my trade alerts, my technical analysis, my fundamental macro opinion. I track insider buying and selling when it's important. Do weekly sector reviews of all the leading and lagging sectors. Look at the breakout buyers. What did I just discuss? Breakout buyers have been getting wrecked all day. So the breakout buying strategy is not working today. You have to buy into the dips of this market, which is very tough because you can get burned that way too, right? So breakout buying strategy today is not working at all. You're more inclined to start entering on a dip and building a long position and waiting for a little bit of a bounce. But the trend buyers are getting absolutely smoked today. Every single attempt, the trend and breakout buyers have been getting rejected. Here comes canopy growth, guys. It's now testing that 1055, 1056 down sloping trend line. That's a big area for CGC. I'm going to keep MSOS online on screen, but I'll walk you through if there's anything else crazy. UNG, I'm adding a little again. Yeah, UNG's just been going through this volatile price action, and this type of, big moves up, big moves down, big move up, big move down is all a little bit of investor indecision. Technically speaking, Nat Gas is still putting in higher highs, higher lows at this point, so it's trying to build a little bit of a base here, but it just keeps getting smacked down every time it tries to break out above that $2 level convincingly. It gets smacked down with a hard red bar reversal. As of now, I'm looking to see if we can hold the 7-day moving average on Nat Gas, which is sitting right now right where we are, 203 on Nat Gas. Canopy growth now up 28% and trying to break out here. Yeah, Nat Gas has been a very decent trader. Lots of volatility in Nat Gas. Tons of volatility. Guys, CGC is going here. CGC is actually trying to go. Look at this, 1074. Downsloping resistance is being targeted. Look at this. We're currently above that area. Let's see how price starts to react from here. I'm still watching MSOS on my other screen. We'll keep Canopy on because it's a leader. But MSOS also trying to push a bit higher here in the near term. Come on, keep squeezing. Get our $12 calls in the money on MSOS and I'll be a happy camper. I would be a happy, happy camper if that's to come. Dixie still trying to press here. Tesla coming back down. Microsoft still forming a 10-minute bear flag. Google still looking quite bearish. Meta trying to curl up. Amazon curling down. Tesla again not looking too hot. Canopy growth still holding the lion's share of its gains. Chris, you're asking 1250 close? I have $12 calls on MSOS. If the news is true, this is a very big move. The start of a very, very big move for MJ stocks, in my opinion. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, it definitely. You have been seeing accumulation across the board in these names, so I mean, it was to be expected, right? We've seen a lot of accumulations and flow coming into the marijuana space. And you're right, if this is true, then there could be a much, much larger run where long-term investors could start to be building into a position here. So that's what we got to watch for, right? Our long-term investors finally going to accumulate. Our hedge funds finally going to start looking at these names as a viable investment. We really have had no participation in the marijuana space from institutions, meaningful institutions, because of the federal banking laws in the States. So yeah, potentially if this is true, this is going to be a big, big event for marijuana stocks. Granted, there's still horrible looking balance sheets across the marijuana space. So, if interest rates keep pressing, if the market's still weak, these stocks can still come lower. There's going to be a lot of swings. There's going to be huge moves up, and there's going to be huge moves down in this space. Well, I mean, what's interesting is you're seeing the marijuana stocks obviously outperforming right now, and you already have the markets weak, right? Markets have gone through a nice sell-off today. Small caps, Qs, down 1%, 1.5%. So it's a decent pullback already in the markets, and these marijuana stocks are still holding some strength, which is good to see. Seeing PayPal trying to firm up as well. QQQ now trying another attempt at a breakout. This one could be a little bit more likelier. Qs are breaking out here. nice little pop coming into Meta, Amazon, Nvidia. Tesla still curling down and struggling. Apple, nice little pop. Microsoft's trying to firm up. Google's still struggling here. PayPal had a nice pop. Nice move on the Qs. You can see canopy growth getting stuck at that resistance. Big daily chart resistance. That downsloping resistance channel is keeping it in check for now. Amazon big pump. Microsoft big pump. Yep, I think you're right there, Chris. I think you're right. Yep, Bart. I think you said you were shorting it, right? So yeah, nat gas is falling nicely. Down to $2.03, down 3.65% on the session. Definitely seeing some selling in that. Seeing canopy growth working itself through that key resistance that we've been eyeing up and discussing. Nice job there, Bart. Nice job. So Qs are running into its first little resistance pivot. If it can get through this zone, then the upside target is really in play. Off this inverse head and shoulders. And we should see a continuation move. Probably back up to about 429. Kind of in this resistance zone here. This is your previous little neckline where you got rejected at. Qs are getting a really nice move up here. Same thing with canopy working itself through that volume resistance zone. Right now, Bitcoin stabilizing at 60,400, Microsoft 396, Apple 173.80, trying to press higher, Tesla 185.10, Nvidia 870.50, trying to push up, Amazon at 180, trying to push up, Google's trying to push up, Meta's trying to push up. Again, it does look like the QQQ is probably going to complete this upside measured move and maybe push a little bit more into the end of the day. QQQ getting rejected pretty hard there. Canopy still trying to press here. New high of day. Canopy, yep. Push is continuing. Marijuana's trying to break. Canopy growth now up 32%. Aurora up 19.78. Let's see this marijuana watch list. So take a look at the green on the screen from this marijuana watch list. We have Canopy leading, Tilray, SNDL, Kronos Group, Aurora, Refi, MAPS, MAPS. Pretty much green across the whole board except for this LOW one. Guys, MSOS continuing to squeeze here. Continuing to squeeze. QQQ just got demolished. Demolished. Nice move on Snow. Yep, nice move on Snow continuing. MSOS now at $11, trying to get our $12 calls in the money. We could see these $12 calls on MSOS get in the money today. At the rate that this is, if our $12 calls members get in the money, say, I will be looking to trim some profits on those call options. Okay? So just an FYI, we are pushing and squeezing here. Again, my average on the $12 calls is sitting at 70 cents. We're up about 25 cents a contract. Oil's trying to make another push. Chris is saying significant resistance on CGC at 1150. He will take some off the table. Not a bad move. That's the risk management. Prudent thing to do is to take profits as you secure them. Nat Gas is trying to bounce off of the 7-day moving average, getting a really sizable bounce on Nat Gas. That was a little bit of a power impulse candle. It's finding support at 202 and reversing with a bullish engulfing 10-minute candle. Take a look at Nat Gas today. So again, I want to see Nat Gas hold its 7-day moving average. As of now, it is holding. And it got a beautiful little 10-minute impulse green candle reversal. So that's a power candle. That's also a bit of a short covering candle. So look at that. 10 minutes, you engulfed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles in a 10-minute surge there. So again, it's good to see that we are holding that short-term moving average, that 7-day. See, Nat Gas had an attempt at breaking out today, got rejected. But still okay, still holding. If we can close above 205, this little pivot here, I'd be very happy with that price action. Likely means some weak hands were shaken out. But an impressive move there on Nat Gas. Let's see if it can build on top of that. Let's look back at CGC. That one's still pushing here, guys. Wow, look at CGC go. So yeah, 1157, first resistance pivot. You have broken out of the downsloping trend line. First resistance pivot coming on CGC at the moment. Oil again pressing higher. nat gas making a sizable reversal. Same thing with oil. So this is not good for the markets. If nat gas and oil start to move here, which they both are, that's not a positive sign for equities. You can see the Q's had a little bit of a breakout, still holding above that little neckline zone. But if we lose this neckline, you could go right back down to the low of day, and there's actually enough time to actually flush down lower in anticipation of potentially more capital moving defensively ahead of the Fed. Yes. Yes, I will. I will. On the MSOS, if $12 calls are hit today, I will most likely pull off the majority of the position and leave a little bit of runners. Again, may even roll. You know, a thing about this, right, with this type of fundamental headline, if my MSOS calls get in the money, I may look to, because there's only May 17th, so we have about, 17 more days on those calls. If they get in the money in the next, day or two or three, I'll look to take the profits off the table and potentially explore rolling them into a higher strike with more time. And maybe I'll just wait for a pullback. But again, the way that MSOS is kind of shaping up here, if it breaks out here, we have a sizable rally that could ensue. Again, this rallies typically have a lot of pullbacks in sight, but I could see MSOS pushing all the way up to about 1850-ish, 1870, which is about 71% upside from here. So I'd probably look to roll out my contracts into another strike. So I'm hoping they can get in the money today. And again, what I'm looking for, like May, June, July, August. Like if those $12 calls get in the money, I might roll into, let's see what we got here. $15 calls expiring. Nat gas, a beautiful bounce on nat gas. Yeah, so I'm looking at July, maybe August. Sorry, actually July or September calls for. I don't know why I'm looking at the MSOS options here, the call options, and there's a big window here between August and September, between July and September. There's no August expiry date. Interesting. So there's no August expiry date for MSOS. So for the month of August, they're not offering any contracts right now, which is kind of interesting because that probably means that come around August, something big is going to happen there. August of 2024. Let me see CGC and MJ. Same thing with MJ, no August expiry. Let's look at CGC. Same thing, no August expiry on CGC. So that's interesting that they're not offering much structure around the August time frame for these call options on MSOS, MJ, Canopy. So my thoughts around MSOS rolling into some farther out of the money calls. Again, because they're not offering August strikes, it makes me want to go with September expiry. And probably looking at around the $15, $16 strikes on MSOS. When you look at Intel, you're feeling sick? Yeah, nothing wrong with Intel other than a severely oversold condition coming up into some major report. Definitely a bad looking chart, but I love these looks. I love these charts. Look at this weekly level we're tapping right now. Pivot to pivot to pivot to pivot. Huge amount of volume in this region. Could we go a little bit lower? Sure, we could. But you're almost approaching that 786 fib retrace. But there's a lot of support on Intel here. It's just shaking out a lot of the people after that earnings. What was interesting is a ton of buyers stepping up on Intel here. I mean, look at this volume candle on Intel when it was trying to turn the corner. And then obviously, I think that's wrong there. Yeah, so obviously big volume candle, trapped in a whole bunch of longs, and then to gap it down. So these are charts that I like where a whole bunch of longs were just accumulated at a massive fib level. That level even had a technical breakdown, and now we're able to swoop in and accumulate at an even lower price to where all of this volume and buyers got trapped in. So Intel's just shaking people out ahead of earnings. Maybe some fear as well around NVIDIA, SMCI, AMD. So this one's just obviously under pressure. It's a market stock right now responding to what the S&P, the NASDAQ does. But I still like this chart. I think there's going to be at least a dead cat bounce in this name, but into a whole host of support. Just slightly weak on the session with the market continuing. QQQ getting absolutely demolished again. Intel, what level target price? For Intel, Intel daily chart back to that gap fill around $35. And then honestly, the weekly bounce level is all the way back up to about $38. Just shy of $38. So between 35 and 38 is I think where Intel can get a sizable retrace to. Obviously, the market has to remain a little bit firm. But I still think that Intel's probably shaping up a pair trade opportunity where if some of these semiconductor earnings come out bad, you may see some people rotate out of, say, AMD, SMCI into a name like Intel. We'll see. I still think Intel's just probably on the precipice of shaking out a lot of people. I think they're probably going to announce something. It's probably going to be some news. This is kind of shaping up to be a news-based pop. Don't know what it is, whether it's some sort of their AI plan, but Intel's just beaten down, extreme oversold condition, both on the daily, the 4-hour, the hourly chart. It really hasn't firmed up at all. Trading with an RSI at 21.88 on the daily, Weekly RSI also just hitting that oversold condition. But stocks can get more oversold. It's not the main reason to buy something just because it's oversold. Oh, sorry, Ram. Ram QQQ 436 calls expiring May 3rd are deep out of the money. Do you recommend closing them or rolling them over? 436 calls on the Qs. What are we trading at? 428. Yeah, those are going to be worthless. I mean, here's the thing, Ram. So 436, let's just map this out. May 3rd. I don't know what you're down right now. Probably down quite a bit. I would say probably at least 50, 70% down on that trade. 436 calls. It really depends on when you took them, honestly. But 436 calls, let's just mark, is about 1.83% away. So here's the thing, right? Are you going to, if you're down, over 70, 75% on the trade already, I would just ride them. Maybe you get lucky with an FOMC pop tomorrow, and maybe they push the Qs right back up. I mean, the Qs still technically are holding this little hourly inverse head and shoulders. We haven't officially back tested the neckline, but if this does play out, you have quite a bit of upside in the Qs. So it really depends on A, how much the position is in your portfolio, and B, how much are you currently down? If you're down over 75%, I would say that's probably sized. It should be sized for a loss, and you could probably just ride it for a bit of a lotto play. Maybe you get them back in the money and take a break even or whatnot. But again, it's really how big the position is, when you took it, how much you're down. But as of now, if you're down more than 75%, you might as well just keep it as a lotto play, in my opinion. Because tomorrow we could easily get a pop back up in the markets. They're doing a lot of shaking out today. I mean, obviously we can also get a flush. My downside target hasn't really been achieved yet, but still looking. Yeah, that's a good hedge for 33 puts. Those are deep in the money. If we flush Ram down to this area, I'd look to maybe trim those 433s. They're deep in the money. That's quite a bit of profit that you're probably riding on the 433s. Obviously, you can get more, but markets are coming into some support here. And there has been quite a bit of selling today. What do I think about Tilray? That'll perform well if the marijuana continue to see some strength. This one is definitely one that can keep pushing higher. Let's look at the daily chart. Tilray right now is obviously ripping up over 20% at the moment. Your big area on Tilray, right away my eyes are drawn to the gap at 260. That's probably going to get filled very shortly. Could even get filled today. It could easily be filled today, especially if the market firms up here into the power hour session. But Tilray's definitely lagging the marijuana stocks. I don't like it as much as, say, Canopy Aurora or the MSOS. You've had a lot of these ETFs breaking out, so obviously this one could play catch-up. But definitely underperforming the other marijuana names. Up 31% at the moment and squeezing. But this one will also participate in a big, big way. Qs are getting a little bit of a bid here. Amazon, Nvidia, Apple all trying to catch a buyer's bid. Meta, Google. Google's got a bit of a bear flag though, so not really the nicest price action in Google. Here goes marijuana stocks yet again, trying to press a bit. Be right back, guys. New highs there on Canopy. This thing is just a monster today, guys. Canopy growth is a monster. Now we're approaching that massive 1157 pivot. This is where the short squeeze is going to commence, guys. This is the real pivot zone. You get above this pivot zone, and this is where the squeeze is going to commence. I'm telling you, this is where canopy growth and marijuana stocks get that. They get that squeeze signal. The market, if it can chew through this 1157 pivot, that's when you're going to get a huge squeeze signal from the market. A big squeeze signal. Look at Canopy go, guys. CGC is starting to rip and fly. Let's see if MSOS is going to follow suit. Let's see if MSOS, come on MSOS, get going. The spread between the MSOS right now is about 9 cents, 84.93 cents. So it's a decent sized spread on the call side. PayPal chart's looking quite nice here into the close. It's shaping up a little bit of a 10-minute bull flag breakout on PayPal, PYPL. That's looking quite constructive to move higher into the close. MSOS obviously trying to break a bullish flag pattern. We're seeing CGC now up 40%, 41%. Aurora up 27.5%. MSOS up 22.5%. Monster rip. Members, I just took half the profits off of those MSOS $12 calls, and I'm going to put a break-even stop loss. Again, my cons are sitting at 70-cent average on the $12 calls. I just sold at 88 cents for about a 27% gain, moving my stop loss to break even. So 70 cents stop loss on the MSOS $12 calls. Basically making the trade risk free, and now we're going to leave these runners. Let's see if these runners can actually start to print for us and push up. Come on, MSOS. Keep moving. Keep moving. CGC. Still a monster. Look at that move. Wow. So you got that 10-minute close above that 1157 pivot. Now you're looking to confirm it on the 10-minute chart. This confirmation 10-minute candle, if we close up here, I mean, we could even see 1351 today, believe it or not, with a crazy power hour squeeze. And this is all happening when the market is still weak, still struggling. QQQ breaking down even more, guys. Huge dump in the Qs, guys. Whoa, dollar spiking, VIX spiking, 10-year now up to 1.5%. That was a huge spike in the 10-year yield, guys. Dixie, market's not liking that price action. Microsoft new lows, Google, Meta new lows. Nice, Chris. 18,000 in 3 hours. That's amazing. That is amazing. Give yourself a round of applause. So QQQ new lows. Marijuana stocks still holding steady. Wow, guys, look at canopy growth go. Just no non-stopping. I wouldn't go long snow yet. Too many sensitive earnings reports coming up that could affect snow, and you still have what's the word I'm looking for here? Yeah, just too many sensitive stocks right now, and you have FOMC tomorrow. So I'm gonna wait. If you want to take a stab, by all means, but I'm gonna wait personally. Again, I still have more downside in the Qs. I'm set to occur. I still see the Qs piercing 426 today. But yeah, Snowflake, I mean, it came down into that first little gap fill, got a bounce, but I still want to see the secondary gap around that 153, 152.50 filled before I'd consider going long. Okay. Canopy growth's kind of going off my screen here. The rate it's going up 51% and climbing. Wow. Quite extraordinary price action. This is absolutely insane. Insane. MSOS trying to now break flag structure, so let's look at that one. Amazon curling down, Google at the lows, Meta at the lows, Apple trying to firm up at 173, Tesla coming down, Microsoft at 393.65, QQQ forming a bit of a bear flag, looks like it wants to head lower here. Alright guys, I do have to step away here for a little bit, but basically you can see the Qs are kind of being flushed into the close, Bitcoin being flushed into the close. Again, my buy level wasn't really achieved today. It was around 426 and 425.80, in and around that range. I still think if we flush into that in the late minutes, there's a bit of a bounce trade in this vicinity. But at this point, I mean, right now it's just getting a little late in the session to try to go long. But certainly the sell-off weakens the move into FOMC tomorrow. Obviously, the market is moving more defensively ahead of Powell and the Fed. And that's granted. Rate decisions have moved up quite sharply, rate expectations. So as of now, inflation is still a bit of a battle and a narrative that is kind of taking hold inside the market. Obviously, after the bell, we've seen this type of scenario before where they sell the Qs all day, and we still have some pretty important earnings set to take place after the bell. Obviously, the biggest one is Amazon. Amazon is set to take place, as well as AMD and SMCI. I'm going to keep the stream going, except I am going to split this screen now. We'll keep the Qs on the left here. And what I am going to do is put Amazon, since that's on watch for earnings, and AMD. We'll also watch AMD. Obviously, SMCI is an important metric. But these are the three main earnings on watch after the close. You can see Amazon in the top right here is trading semi off of its highs. Definitely off of its highs. But simultaneously off of the lows. AMD, let's go to the 8-hour chart of AMD to watch for any gap downs and gap ups. Now we're going to go to the 8-hour chart of Amazon with the extended hours on. And we'll also watch all sorts of price action here. Let's just erase some of these other lines that we don't need. Sorry about that, guys. Connecting. Just 1 second, getting a phone call, guys. Hey guys, so as of now, Russell's down 1.72, SPY's down 1.04, QQQ's down 1.15. Nvidia down 0.5%, Microsoft pretty much bludgeoned today, down 2. SMCI heading into earnings down 3.13%, Tesla down 5.2. Tesla definitely looking rough. Obviously still holding a decent chunk of its move off of the lows, but some clear momentum profit taking has been observed. So 1 second guys, I need to get some water. Alright guys, we're going to go through some of these earnings plays, Amazon, SMCI, AMD, some expectations which, in all honesty, are completely guesses. It's common sense, timing in for some lotto plays. Yep, CGC almost at 14, pretty crazy, pretty crazy. Alright, let's look at Amazon first. So some options plays, we'll run through some things here, take a couple lotto plays. This is not financial advice, this is pure gambling. Any earnings play is obviously putting forth, risking your capital to an event that could result in obviously max gain and max pain. Not really the best thing to do. Common shares are typically give you a little bit more maneuverability, less risk, although there's always risk heading into earnings. Alright, so Amazon, looking at expectations here, estimate of 84 cents. Revenue estimate, 142.65 billion. Let's see, is it going to break that? So I mean, when we think about it, what we've seen so far, we've seen Meta down, Tesla up, Microsoft up, Google up. It's kind of been a mixed bag of tricks here. Amazon's obviously saw that harsh sell side pressure, gap up on the strength of the other mega caps which have been faded, likes of Google, Microsoft completely lower, getting faded. You know, honestly makes me think that my gut's saying put on Amazon, but my brain is telling me calls. Wow guys, look at MSOS. Just a monster right now. Trending, trending, trending. Canopy growth up 71, Aurora up 42, MSOS trading at 1130. Again, nice move in marijuana stocks continuing. Rig, wow, getting clapped down 10%. MSOS now up 25%. Whew, that's nice. Sorry, back to these lotto plays. I'm just looking at some of these charts here on some other screens as well. All right, I like Amazon upside calls. One contract each. Amazon 185 call, 510 a contract, and Amazon 192.50 call, priced at 260 a con. So I'm expecting primary upside in Amazon. The hedge on Amazon would be a put. Just give me a sec here. And the Amazon put hedge would be 167.50 put, filled at 315. So two primary call positions, one put hedge. $172.50 on the put hedge. 185 call. And a 192.50 call. Again, all of these things can expire worthless or down substantial. That is the play. SMCI, interesting one. I think SMCI, I'm actually leaning, technically speaking, the most bullish on SMCI heading into this. Reason being is, not really bullish the company, the sector, or at least this name, but bullish the fact that it's a low float name. And in the after hours, this thing can definitely get pumped up. It could definitely get pumped up. So, with the low float and lower volume in the after hours, this thing could definitely be a mover. Let's just pull it up on the big screen here. As of now, we saw a pretty big sell side dump into the close on the Qs. It was a nasty sell, a really nasty sell that just occurred in the Qs. Take a look at that. Closing at the low of day, actually coming up into that buy region that we had. We're now into that buyer zone, guys. This is where technically I was waiting all day to go long. Right in this range right now, 425.95. Wow. This is the buy range that I'm in. I'm not playing it because there's not enough time in the day, but the fact that we're selling off this sharply into the close makes me think that we're probably going to get some sort of a... I think we're going to get some sort of a technical bounce on some of these earnings plays. This type of sell side, wow, look at this. Look at the Qs breaking down. This is the 10-minute chart, guys. This is the 10-minute chart. That's a heavy sell-off, guys. That's a heavy, heavy sell-off. Late into the close, 5 minutes left. What a dump on the market, eh? You guys seeing this? That was a huge dump. Everything sold off there. That was everything. That was everything. So let's look at SMCI again, because that's going to be important. Right now, SMCI is trading at 858. I think this one could actually pump higher. SMCI, so expensive. SMCI is so expensive. Oh, SMCI. All right, QQQ, some heavy sell side pressure. Honestly, I'm not going to call it any SMCI plays. Contracts are mainly too expensive for a lot of people, and it's honestly, I'm not even willing to risk some of that position in just a few contracts here. But I would be willing to, if I were to go sizing in SMCI, it would have to be around basically probably 900 calls, maybe 920. If you're really overzealous, $1,000 calls, but 920s are still fairly expensive. $34.90. The bid ask is $37.50 here, so I mean, very, very expensive. AMD is a little bit more appropriate for most people. Currently, AMD is trading at 158.78. This name's actually just been beaten down. I would still continue to look for some put options on AMD. That's my primary. I'd look for looking at the 150 puts on AMD, which is roughly about a 5.6% implied move down. That could definitely hit. $150. I'll take an AMD put play. One contract. Couple contracts there. But they're priced between $279. I'd do an AMD 150 put. 150 put. $280 a contract. Two contracts. Call hedge. One call hedge. Priced at 170 a con. 170 strike, sorry. 170 strike. Alright guys, there's the market close. Q's dumped into the close. Let's flip to the earnings here quickly. So we have Amazon obviously got slaughtered into the close. Makes me think they're going to rip it. Let's see what happens with Amazon here. Obviously AMD and SMCI are the big ones we're watching. Amazon closed at 175.29, currently down a couple bucks in the after hours. Yep, 433 puts printed. Yes, they did. Look at that size candle on Amazon. There it goes. Look at that move. Back right down. Look at the volatility, guys. Look at the volatility. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Whoa. Amazon getting slaughtered now. down she goes. Wild price action. Hundreds of billions are just flying up, down, all the way, sideways, waiting on AMD, waiting on SMCI. Earnings per share is a beat, 98 cents. Amazon's still slightly down by about 29 cents in the after hours. Amazon's now ripping. Here we go. Amazon is up in the post market, up about $7 in the after hours. It is starting to rip, guys. So again, our primary play on Amazon was the 185 calls and the 192.50 calls. The hedge was 172.50 put. So right now we're looking, we need Amazon to hit this 185 strike to hit the primary. And anything after that basically means the full position starts to play. The worst case scenario is if we get some sort of no volatility event where it closes us basically back below 180, but above one, anything around the 180 zone kind of destroys us. So we needed to press above this little consolidation zone. Right now, SMCI AMD will be on watch. Amazon's trying to continue. Here comes SMCI. SMCI is trying to uptick a little bit. So right now, a little bit of movement in SMCI. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy in SMCI yet. A lot of resistance in this range. You can see the confluence of trend lines in this 940 to 920 range. A lot of resistance. SMCI seeing a little bit of pressure. So far, SMCI is getting a nice little pump. Look at that, up about 7.5 at the highs. Trying to push. Let's take a look at Starbucks. Starbucks getting hit on the downside. Starbucks closed on the session at 88.51 and breaking down. Not a healthy chart on Starbucks. look at SMCI go, guys. That one's pushing and pumping. Amazon still holding steady. If AMD comes in clutch here and presses, you have Amazon, SMCI, and AMD. If they all close green, you're going to have a a ripper day in semis and the Qs, which is kind of what the charts have been pointing to. So market sentiment right now extremely positive. QQQ is already up about, what is that, $1 in the after hours at the moment. Obviously AMD is still set to come. That was the one we were bearish on, AMD, where our primary was a 150 put. Anyways, guys, I am going to wrap things up here since the two big ones have reported. AMD is obviously still big for the sentiment, but SMCI right now putting a bit of positive sentiment back in the semiconductors. So I still think that these names could be in for a bounce as long as the earnings calls go okay and these names hold up. So far, obviously, things can reverse. They can always reverse, but right now, things are positive for Amazon and SMCI, and we'll see if it remains that way. Let's see if AMD wants to build on it. But as of now, Qs are set to gap up tomorrow for the time being. Congrats, Chris. Congrats. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. 22K in 4 hours. That's magnificent, man. That's magnificent. That's a hot hand. That's a hot hand. Alright, guys, wonderful trading today. Wonderful trading today across the board. Members, stay tuned for the daily analysis video. It'll be out a little bit later, but definitely have a few things to comment on, and it's going to be interesting to see how things close here across the board with the semis, and obviously Amazon seems to be holding for the time being, but we're really going to be tested, I think, if the semis start to lose more steam here. That's a big market leader that could be showing additional signs of breaking down, and really this is important for the semis because Nvidia's still a couple weeks away, and these two names really need to hold up to kind of keep positive bias, I think, progressing into Nvidia earnings. A little bit of reversal in SMCI being sold into there. So that whole gain of upside has been erased. It's almost about a 10% move. Alright, guys, I'll keep the stream going, but I'm hopping off the mic and I'll see you a bit later. Cheers.